price here in race number 2.
Yeah, the Proudfoot taking no money, Biera taking the money. I'm sure Flavian plays a role in that.
So here is Proudfoot for the Dutrow barn and Manny Franco.
Both coming off layoffs. This one's been out almost 4 months now in Proudfoot. I've never been her biggest fan of the two. This one is not running for the waiver, but Biera is.
There is Biera with Pratt, 5-year-old return.
The waiver can go both ways, and often a lot of Rick Dutrow horses running for waivers, it's a case of them needing a race. I prefer this of the two. Was a little bit wide, had a bit of a trip last time.
Big drop for this one, 4-5, Always Angels.
Yeah, I picked Always Angels, but to me, 4-5 is way too short on a horse who is dropping into a much easier spot.
Short shift can be forward for Rob Atras.
This horse switches from Brad Cox's barn to Rob Atras off the layoff for Mike Dubb. Has been out for quite a while. I think it's too big a price.
Curlin's Magic, Linda Rice as well.
A little bit interesting, but might not be quite good enough.
And Amazing Doty, the Finger Lake sensation, 9 for 29 lifetime.
Yeah, not my cup of tea, but she is a horse that does have some speed. Just thought she might be a little bit overmatched in here. There are a lot of question marks in this race, though, right? I mean, you've got Biera, Proudfoot, Short Shift, all of these horses coming off of layoffs, whereas at least Curlin's Magic and Amazing Doty are second off layoffs.
So Biera, this is the last time she was seen on the racetrack, October 23rd of last year. And a beaten favorite, but not by much.
I thought she ran well in here. This was a day I think that it's possible the inside was a little bit of an advantage, and the winner was able to wire the field down on the inside. And I thought she ran an effective race, sort of grinding it out on the outside to get second. I do prefer her of the two Rick Dutrow horses, as does the public, but she's a much shorter price. So if you like Proudfoot, you're getting rewarded. The prices, I'm not sure there's that big a discrepancy. It seems like, it seems like it is. They're betting this race like it's a two-horse race. I don't see it as a two-horse race. Do you?
I thought Always Angels was going to be very tough.
Okay, I picked her.
But it has to show up.
Yeah, 4-5. Is the 4-5, it's always a function of who you're running against, obviously, but it almost feels like that one of the reasons she's such a short price is they're just not betting anybody else except Biera.
Yeah. Floats up a touch to even money.
And then she goes back to 4-5.
One back on January 9th by 8.5 lengths at a mile distance.
Yeah, I think she's a very logical horse. She was running against better horses last time out. She's not being likes to collect the data in Cupid's heart and even work with me or walk with me, who's been in good form. I did like her in here. I just think this is a bit of a short price, especially for a horse that does not have much early speed.
Yeah, as you mentioned, that last effort, don't put a lot into that. That was just way too tough a company as we go down to Mig.
Yeah, guys, I'll continue right along where what I was seeing in the paddock, the tube area. I like her. I liked her in the paddock. I liked what I've seen in the warm-up. Obviously, getting Flavian Pratt, that's never a bad thing. She'll be my top selection. Obviously, the 3 Always Angels is very much the horse to beat. She's run well at 7 furlongs. I just wonder, maybe it'd be a little sharp for her. Again, at 4-5, I'm just trying to look elsewhere. The 4-horse Short Shift making the first start for Rob Atras. Rob does really good work, and his horses always look good. And at a big price, this mare certainly made a super impression in the warm-up. Love what I see from her. And then I'll go back to the 6, Amazing Dottie. This filly mare, carries so much weight, and that race under her belt has to help a lot, and she should be forward with that outside post. And you get Dylan Davis coming back off of that injury, rode a bit in Florida, now back in New York, trying to pick up that momentum that he had before his injury. So I think at 10-1, she's kind of, I think, too big a price. I think she ran well off the bench and could improve with that effort again for a horse that just seems to carry a little extra weight. Be interesting, guys, but I did land on the 2 area off of that voided claim for Rick Dutrow.
So again, that's a 5-2 second choice with Pratt for Dutrow. 5-year-old return, and there's Flavian.
I had to bet a couple dollars to win on the 4 Short Shift. I think this price is absolutely crazy in here. This horse is that big a price. And now maybe it's a bad sign, the old dead on the board situation, but this horse it was 4-1 in the morning line and looks on paper to be the controlling speed in here. Listen, I obviously respect Brad Cox's barn, but I respect Rob Atras's barn as well. And this horse has races that can make her competitive, and she is the one to catch in front. I don't love her, but should she be this price?
It's a big number. It is regardless of price, long time away.
It is.
When at least we know the 6 is going to try and at least press, right?
I guess. We'll see. We'll see how aggressive Dylan is. I think the 4 is faster.
4 is probably faster.
Yeah, but the 6 could, but I think the 4 is faster. Listen, the 4 is probably a little dead on the board, not ready off the layoff, but that is too big a price for me not to bet a couple dollars on her. I just think you have to bet something on her at this price. So.
0 for 2 as well at 7 furlongs, and now being asked to finish at 7 furlongs off a long time away.
I get it, but I still don't think she should be this price. I think she's a 4 or 5 to 1 shot that's 13 to 1. Maybe she just needs a race off the layoff, and as you say, maybe we'll see how much pressure Amazing Dottie can put on her.
I tried my best to talk you off her. You're going to stick there.
You're not talking me off 13 to 1 shots. I'm not talking you off 13 to 1 shots.
3 to 5 fate. Wow,
I'll
even
make worse
shorter
bets,
now.
probably even today.
3 to 5 Always Angels. Big class dropper for Linda Rice. Here's race 2 in the start of the early pick 4. Chris Griffin, the call.
Amazing Doty. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Breaking sharply with Short Shift from in between horses. Jamie Rodriguez with the speed is up by a neck. Amazing Doty is going to stalk from second, taken back and off the paces. Proudfoot in third. Manny Franco switches off the rail, moves to the outside in the 3 path to chase the top duo. Curlin's Magic is a well settled 4th. Towards the inside there comes Always Angels, and the trailer is Bera. They're chasing Short Shift, who's trying to dispatch to the other long shot to the outside. An Amazing Doty through a 23.25 opening quarter mile. Proudfoot has had a nice journey in the 3 path, just stalking the top duo, and now moves in closer. And Manny Franco and Proudfoot, they're on the move 3 wide. Chasing along is Curlin's Magic, still in behind horses right there in 4th, and at the rail Always Angels, no move yet. From the back, Bera is trying to uncork a rally, but Short Shift is moving right along. Short Shift is approaching a quarter mile left to go with a 2-length advantage. Proudfoot to the outside is within range, has every shot to run this leader down. A confident look back there from Manny Franco on Proudfoot as they reach the top of the stretch. Proudfoot now gets the cue. Here chasing right in behind is Always Angels, who's off the rail, is now moved to the outside to chase that leader who's still up by 3. It's Proudfoot approaching a final 16th, still chasing Always Angels from the back. That's Bera. Proudfoot will have the victory. It's all Proudfoot to win it. Always Angels second. Then came Bera and Amazing Doty in 1 minute 24.23 seconds.
Off the bench, 8-year-old mare Proudfoot at 5 to 1 here in race 2 under Manny Franco.
I'll tell you what, I did not like this horse. She was one of the 2 Rick Dutcher horses that was running for a tag, not a waiver. And she was locked and loaded every step of the way. The 3 had her chance, Always an Angel. She got to her at the 8th ball, but she just was not able to finish. A horse that was ready to roll off the layoff and got it done.
Modest upset in the match race in the opener. A little bigger upset here in race 2 with a 5 to 1 shot. The other Dutro runner, Biera, really didn't make much of an impact here. 1-3-2 finish. That's finished 3rd, but a distant 3rd.
Nobody ran outside the top 2.
Yeah. And just very far back, but as usual for Always Angels. Oaklawn, their opener out in Hot Springs. $16,000 maiden claiming race, mile and a 16th. And it is suit 443. Greg Compton barn, 2 to 1 favorite.
Sweet. 443.
What did I say?
Suit.
I meant to say sweet.
Sure you
It
did.
didn't come out that way?
No, it didn't. That's it for you. Get out of here.
Megan Burgess, I thought I said sweet.
Let him know what he said, Megan.
Hey. I think he said suit, but that's okay. I'll forgive him this time. Hey guys, good to see you. It's a gloomy and windy day. As Andy had mentioned, Richie Migliori, my normal co-pilot, up with you guys. I'm jealous, but we're having a great week. No Sunday racing this week, as was the case last week, as we gear up for some pretty big weekends ahead of us. But starting off strong in this maiden $16,000 claimer, I'll start with the number 1, Senorita Perdita, for Kenny McPeak, who's taking some money off of that 20 to 1 morning line, off a bit of a drop in class. And look, this horse has done really not a ton of running in her 2 starts thus far, but looking at her physically, she wants the ground, as this is her second opportunity to route, second off of the freshening. I liked what I saw from her in her last breeze, which I was able to actually catch, and she has been sharper today. So my hope for her is that perhaps she's just more engaged in the bridle early. That's going to be the key to unlock, hopefully, maybe a little bit more run run to layer her underneath. But my top selection is the number 4, Honor Society, for Ronnie Cravens, who looked best today. This horse did not look like a $16,000 claimer. She is taking a drop out of maiden special after a race on the grass. Now, looking at her physically, she just does not look like an overtly grass type. She's a bit slacker in her pasterns, but she's run well on the dirt before. If you go back to some of that Remington Park form, where she lost by just a neck after coming off of a glacially slow pace that day, she looked fantastic. She's fit, she's athletic, she looks fantastic in her coat. I just really loved the price I was getting on her as well, up there at 5-1, and think she has every opportunity. Though last time out, getting a bit leg weary late. We'll see if this ground, this 1.1 miles, is what she ultimately wants to do. But she checked a lot of boxes for me with Ramon Vasquez aboard. But the number 8, Sweet 443. Wonder the story behind that name, but stretches out now off of some sprint tries, and I will say does have some experience, as we do have a sealed but fast track here today. A little bit of rain earlier in the morning, but that should all be away as you'll take a look now. 7-5 favoritism. I thought this horse was a bit vulnerable, albeit the consistency, as you saw on screen, this horse getting a little sharp. When I saw this horse come in, was getting really warm, distracted, antsy, very similar to the antics in her last 2 tries. I just think there's some mental boxes that still need to be checked off for me, Greg, albeit does have the consistency in form.
All right, post time coming up, and yeah, just listed as fast in Hot Springs.
Yeah, well, it's not. It's also not sealed. They're sealed it, I think, in the anticipation of rain. Now, I don't know that rain ever came. I'm going to take a look at the old. I think there's a possibility of rain now, but that rain is going to be sometime after 2 o'clock. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see them seal it ahead of perhaps when they know the rain is moving in. But it is open right now. It is a harrowed track.
All right, apparently they had some thunderstorms this
They had
morning.
a little bit of rain earlier, but they're also, I'm looking at the weather app says there's around a 30 to 40% chance of around 1/10 of an inch of rain coming up around, I don't know, 3 o'clock, somewhere in there, 2, 3 o'clock. So if that's moving in, I imagine they will seal it before that and then open it up after it rains, hopefully.
So 6-5 on the 8 here. Sweet.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I picked the 8, Sweet 443. I just thought she was better than these horses, and I was looking up some numbers for the trainer Greg Compton. He has good numbers stretching out, overall stretching out in the dirt. He's 22% with 78 starters with a 217 ROI, and maiden claiming races he's 3 for 14, 287. So he's got decent numbers stretching out, and I just thought this horse was consistently faster than the other horses in this race and should be somewhat forwardly placed.
Now, race 2, a couple of, actually, I thought 3 very, very strong contenders today on the card. The transferring of the reins from Tom Amos, stepping down to Kinnan LaRose, handing over his barn to his top assistant.
Yes.
That'll happen in race 2, the first runner he sends out.
I've been looking at these. I looked at these races so long ago that I feel like it's happened before, but it's only because I've been handicapping and seen a number of horses from Tom's barn from that far back.
Opener on this Thursday card from Hot Springs. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman.
4-3 in the green jacket goes in. Close that gate. Post position 3. Two back. Honor Society. And to the outside, Y Chris Y. 9 races today, ladies and gentlemen. Good luck. Waiting for Y Chris Y to come up to the gate. We're ready to go. We're off and running at Oaklawn Park. Senorita Perdita stumbled at the break and is at the back of the pack after that. Honor Society on the lead with Close That Gate. Tiki Hut down on the inside of that pair. Miracle Minded 4 wide. Kava Park deeper as they go into the first turn. Smooth Marriage in midfield today. A length and a half clear of Y Chris Y. Senorita Perdita at the back of the pack with Sweet 443, who's tugging between horses just a bit. Approaching the backstretch. They've sorted themselves out. Close That Gate, the long shot, making play on the lead in the opener. 3 parts of a length ahead. Honor Society runs in second. Miracle Minded third. Tiki Hut to the inside. Length and a half to Kava and Smooth Marriage. Sweet 443 wedges herself between that pair. Y Chris Y getting shuffled back to the second last position on the outside of horses. 4 ahead of Senorita Perdita, who's clearly at the back racing alone. Down the back stretch they go. Not a fast pace here. It's still Close That Gate setting that pace. A neck in front of Honor Society. A lot closer second. Miracle Minded third outside of Tiki Hut, who's in a pocket on the rail. Then comes Smooth Marriage, Sweet 443 and Kava. Smooth Marriage giving way to third last now, is losing position. Then comes Y Chris Y under a hard ride. So is Senorita Perdita at the back of the pack. Around the far turn, Close That Gate loses the lead to Honor Society. Miracle Minded right up alongside though, and these two are a neck apart. Honor Society short lead but sent along to keep pace. Miracle Minded there on the outside at the top of the lane. Honor Society drifts a little wide coming off the turn. Tiki Hut in the meantime is down on the rail trying to pick up the top pair, and Sweet 443 farther out is Kava. They come down the lane here. Tiki Hut trying to catch Honor Society. Sweet 443, Miracle Minded beginning to struggle. 16th to go. Honor Society's got the lead from Tiki Hut and Sweet 443. Honor Society close to home's got it. Honor Society outfinishes Tiki Hut, Sweet 443, and Miracle Minded in the opener.
Honor Society, dropping class, was on the turf at Sam Houston last start, but it run against straight maidens at Fairgrounds as well prior. Maiden breaking score after 3 runner-ups in 6 starts.
Yeah, first start at Oaklawn Park as well, and you know, Sweet 443 had chances to catch her and kind of a sort of, I would say, a non-committal ride on the 8, but she got out with plenty of time to catch the 4, and just, I don't even know if she was able to get second from the number 2 Tiki Hut. But Honor Society dropping down, as you said, getting to the lowest level she's run at. First time at Oaklawn Park, gets it done.
8-1 start to the card in Hot Springs. And yeah, the battle for second does look like the 8, it was close.
Very close.
Over the 2.
First time in the dirt for the 2. Tiki Hut on a trainer change as well.
Ramon Vasquez riding for Ronnie Craven's Lone Star Racing Club. And again, an 8-1 start to the card out in Hot Springs. Prices for you when we come back. Huge weekend again coming up here in New York. Minor Inconvenience. Can this one step up? Stay with us. We are back on our Thursday coverage. America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. Making the sport easier to follow, explore stories, betting tips, race day insights at americasbestracing.net. It was, we told you, the battle really for second in the opener at Oaklawn. It was the two Tiki Hut out-dueling Sweet 4-4-3 for second. So 4-2-8, Honor Society, 8-1 start.
Key to the first at Oaklawn were surface changes. The 4 coming off the turf and the 2 trying the dirt for the first time, finishing second, and nice win. 8-1, pretty fair price. Picked her 4th. Smoked her as the 4th choice. It's amazing about the horse, Short Shift, that's in front here. You know, she finished a distant last. Sort of amazing, considering she had a lead coming the 8th pole. But the winner, much the best. No excuse for the second place finisher, simply second best, the Proudfoot.
8-year-old mare off the bench for the first start since December 11th for the win in race 2 in New York. Honor Society, though, back in Hot Springs.
Yes, we're all over the place here.
$18.60 for the victory. Ronnie Cravens, Ramon Vasquez, again, the victory. So 4-2-8 there in the opener. Race 2. 12,000 starter allowance at 1 mile and an eighth. And here we go, the first ever start as Tom Amos has stepped down and handing over the reins to Kinnan LaRose. He'll have My Noble Knight running here with an equipment change, blinkers off.
Yeah, My Noble Knight certainly runs some respectable races. I do understand why the 4 is favored here, but 3-5 seems a little bit short. I mean, the 4's got some credentials in here.
No, yeah.
Or 3 does, excuse me. Yeah, 4-3, a little 5.
Yeah, we'll talk more about that field
6
coming up shortly. Wood Memorial, big one on the road to the Kentucky Derby. Final major prep here in New York. 100 points to the winner, 50 points to the runner-up. Top 2, if they so choose, should move on to the Derby if they want. And obviously, Iron Honor, the horse to beat going in, lightly raced, 5-2 favorite. Difficult outside post. Outside of Iron Honor, who's the danger in this Wood Memorial?
I'm very interested to see what Talk to Me Jimmy does in this race. It's sometimes, you know, you see a horse that runs freakishly well, or certainly took a big step forward in winning that Withers, and I think it's a race that's better if you watch the race. Yeah, he had some of the racetrack in his favor, but not completely. He was a little bit wide early in the race, and you wanted to be inside. This was an impressive performance, and I don't think it was just a total bias situation. This horse had run okay breaking his maiden, but really stepped forward in this win, and to me, he is the second likeliest winner of this race, and also, you know, obviously he's going to have to rate if Napoleon Solo is in here. If Napoleon Solo isn't in here, he could be the controlling inside speed. Now, I don't think Iron Honor is going to be that far from him, and I don't think he'll be compromised by the pace. He may be compromised by the post. But I am very curious to see what this horse does because, yeah, it's a one-number horse, but he's a one-number horse that got his 3rd career start, not his 13th career start.
And his 3-year-old debut. Does he move forward off that? We will see. The other benefit, too, he earned that number at the distance he's going to be running in on Saturday at 1 mile and an eighth.
Yeah, and you know, when he won this race, Rudy Rodriguez said he would probably not run against the Wood Memorial. So this was the plan. I'm very curious to see what this horse does. He could be pretty good, this horse.
Rudy Rodriguez owns part of this one as well. Ruben Silvera will be back aboard. Who else should we fear in this Wood Memorial coming up on Saturday? Let's bring in Maggie Wolfendale.
I don't know if fear is the right word, Greg, because he is installed at 30-1 on the morning line. But the New York bred Minor Inconvenience feels like it could be shorter because outside of Iron Honor and even Napoleon Solo a little bit, everybody else's figures are right in line. This guy in his 3-year-old return to the races faced a blowout winner in School Coast Folly going back to that gander. Now, yes, this will be his first time stepping outside of New York bred company, but let's face it, we've seen state bred horses hold their own time and time again in open company races. Secondly, I thought he ran well. You know, he was in the hunt the whole way, and to come back and, well, his trainer, Amelia Green, felt as though she had him fit enough to run and chase a horse that was in form, had the recency over him, and stay on like he did, I thought was really promising. And a horse that has always suggested to me that at least physically, the longer the better, as he'll try this two-turn configuration for the first time. So I do think Minor Inconvenience is one that is destined to at least outrun his odds in Saturday's Wood Memorial. But as we head out west, as we check in with Megan Burgess, Meg, you're interested in a Riley Mott contender. Could he have another Kentucky Derby horse in addition to Incredible?
That's right, Maggie. I really thought that this was a wide open wood, a handicapper's paradise to me, especially if you're willing to take a bit of a stand against Iron Honor, knowing Hay has the credentials coming off of some of his form. But Albus, the number 7, installed at 12-1 morning line, coming off a victory. And I just find, despite being by Yaupon, this horse actually a half to that grade 3 router, Song of Spring. I think this horse is going to be able to negotiate this distance just fine, as I thought he took a step forward last time out, and really one that is progressing at the right time. Now, he does have to face some other speeds. We'll see if Napoleon Solo does land in this weekend's wood, but Albus a little bit further back on the Timeform US pace projector than potentially what I anticipate him, as he does have some early foot to him. And Riley Mott, despite a very small sample size, does well with these maidens going into their subsequent stakes efforts. So the number 7, Albus, could be a fair price and coming along at the right time, Greg.
Very excited to see what happens in the wood. And, you know, as you mentioned, not just here, Bluegrass, out west, these big 100-point races, we're going to have a very clear picture of who the horse to beat is going into that first Saturday in May.
And I think there's enough horses that have run fast enough to say if they take a little bit of a step forward, they could absolutely throw their hat in the ring to be one of the choices in this Kentucky Derby. Even in California, where I've heard some people knocking the horses out there, I think there's a few in there that could take a step forward and potentially be players in what could be a very wide-open Derby.
That could be one of the best betting derbies
I agree.
in a long time. Race 3 here in New York. Mile and an eighth. New York breds, first level allowance condition. Devil's Arrow. Speaking of Napoleon Solo, Chad Summers' barn.
Well, like Napoleon Solo, he has speed, and she has speed, and she's an Arrogate, so she should get the extra distance. She won quite easily last time, but I thought she beat an absolutely dreadful field in her last start, which included the number 4, Alas Glory, who's the biggest price in the board. She's going to be forward in here. I'm going to bet against her, but I can understand the argument for her.
Let's go back down to Maggie.
Yeah, and she's trying something new for the first time, as Andy mentioned, when it comes to number 3, Devil's Arrow, going the 9 furlongs, but she is your quintessential two-turn filly. If you look at horses and the way that they're physically put together, obviously her pedigree would suggest that too, but she's tall and she's very kind of tubular in her frame, does not have a very robust hind end to her, very even frame. So while I would prefer her to be carrying more conditioning, especially as a short-priced favorite here, especially behind the saddle, I do think she is formidable in this spot, and I think the distance will lend itself nicely to how she wants to run. Moving on to number 2, Grace Reformed in here. She's second off of a layoff, and I kind of noticed that she was carrying a bit more weight, actually a lot more weight and conditioning than she had going back to some of her races last year. And I just thought that maybe she'd need a race. Well, she actually ran a bit better than I thought she would, because early on was a prohibitive favor, dropping out of open stakes company in against New York breds for only, I believe, the second time in her career. And I thought Grace Reform kind of just ran well. And while I'm not totally sold on her being best at 9 furlongs, she has run respectably well, going 3 starts back in this same condition. And today she's that much more tucked up in here. I like her overall disposition, one that can get a little nervous prior to her starts, Greg. She's just focused and ready for the task at hand.
Maggie, thank you. Post-parade coming up. Even money. Devil's Arrow. 2 4-1 shots to the inside of her. And we'll start off with one of them, Tower 22, who was just second at this condition and distance back on February 12th.
Yeah, it shows her. I don't know the situation in her last start. She ran fine last time. Probably the winner was a little bit better. I thought it was a decent effort. Her best efforts are out of town, though, I think.
This one could certainly improve off a long layoff, second back.
Absolutely. I think she's a major player in this race.
Devil's Arrow, 7-5. Chad Summersbarn.
She's the speed and the one to catch. I don't need to take a short price on a horse that's taking this big jump in class.
Last Glory, Ricardo Santana Jr.
Yeah, this would be a surprise. Does come off a win last time. This is a tougher spot. The win was in the mud, too.
Got trounced start before that by Devil's Arrow. Here is Mathea, Mark Hennig barn.
She just has to get a lot faster to be competitive here.
Coming out of the Maddie May New York bred stake. And then here's Hello Beauty. Pratt rides for Patrick Quick.
I like Hello Beauty. She ran the snow last time, was completely eliminated at the break in that race. I thought her prior race made her a factor in this race. She's my top choice getting Flavian.
3 minutes from this third. It starts the pick six. Let's go back to the favorite, Devil's Arrow. And obviously her speed makes her very dangerous in this spot. And did show that she could transfer that Parks form to New York.
She did. But she's also a horse that has consistent figures, and her figures are okay, but they're not exactly setting the world on fire. I don't think she's a horse, no matter what numbers you look at, that has some sort of demonstrative edge on this field, especially for a horse 6-5. She is loose in the lead, I agree. Now we have not seen Speed doing well. I don't think it's an anti-speed track, but it's definitely not a track that is carrying Speed around here. And I think ask her to go the 1 1/8, even though she's an Arrogate and is supposed to be able to hand it from a pedigree standpoint. I don't know that that's the case against some horses that have run already and run competitively at the distance. I prefer Hello Beauty on the outside. Devil's Arrow can win, but she's going to beat me at that price.
She was odds on in that win, too. This is a more difficult ask.
Much more difficult.
Still favored, but yeah, not odds on as we go back to Maggie.
Well, you won't hear me say it often, but when it comes to Hello Beauty, I wish it would have rained more. I just think that she's a horse that, not that she improves over wet track, but just handles it better than maybe some of her competition would. But she does come in here off a little bit of a freshening and a disappointing effort, albeit last time out, looking in fine fettle. I mean, she is really well muscled. Yes, she shows the signs of wintering here in New York, a bit of a longer drab coat to her overall, but I like the way she's moving. She's always been one that is proficient in the way that she moves. Very elegant, graceful type of mover, and the fact that she gets back out to a 1 1/8 where she's shown an ability to be effective on this main track, I do think speaks volumes. But we'll see how she does here. Maybe a little bit of a vacation has done her well. Greg?
Yeah, Maggie was talking about Hello Beauty, the 6th. There is Hello Beauty. So first start back since January 17th. Pratt for Pat Quick.
This is significant. I don't want to beat up on the rider that rode this horse 2 back, but Flavian Pratt is a real rider upgrade in this horse. I think she's dangerous. I bet her to win. I boxed 2-6 in this race. I want to play against the 3. I'm not wildly against Devil's Arrow, but I think that she's a bad gamble at 6-5.
Even though she's going to be controlling.
She is going to be controlling, but I think with Flavian, the 6 is going to be easily within hailing distance to her. And even though she has an outside post, it's only a 6-horse field. So I'm hoping that the 6 is sitting second to her. I won't be surprised when Devil's Arrow beats me in this race, but at 6-5, I'm going to let her beat me. I think that's an underlay.
I mean, certainly the rail could show some pace as well, no?
She could. I agree. And I think Ruiz is supposed to come out running. And Ruiz, who I feel is the subject of just preposterous, unfair abuse this week, losing on a horse at Parks that he rode exactly the same way he's ridden in the past, once with success and a quirky horse. And as usual, social media getting it completely wrong, as they usually do.
There's Tower 22 and Ruiz. Let's see. He has certainly a filly with the ability to be forward. And you would think you got to try and take advantage, especially at this configuration at a 1 1/8, where you get a big advantage being forward around that first turn coming up almost immediately.
Yeah, we'll see how easily Louis Rivera is able to clear that horse, and it's true. I think Ruiz is supposed to go enough to make Devil's Arrow, who is naturally faster, but make her work a little bit into that first turn to get the lead, and potentially helps the chance of Tower 22 getting that good position as well, and we'll see just how aggressive she is. I want to see it again. Devil's Arrow, to me, is a horse that's a very short price stepping off a win. And while she won easily last time, it's a little like the Renegade argument. People are going to overrate Renegade because he won by a wide margin, a much bigger margin, the Florida Derby. Horses do that because the competition behind them is inferior. Not knocking Renegade, but I don't think he's supposed to be favored in this Derby over Commandment. And right now, he is the favorite. Close, but I just think that Commandment has been beating tougher fields. That's all.
In terms of upside, just in value on the board, we talked about Grace Reform. That was an 8-month layoff she returned off of the two. Distance second that day. She's 9-2 right now.
I used her. I boxed 2-6. I think both the 2 and 6 are two big prices at 9-2 and 5-1. I think both of these horses are very, very reasonable prices. I would much rather bet them than either the 4, 3, or even the 1 at 3-1.
There's Grace Reform stepping in. Christopher Elliott on board for Juan Carlos Guerrero. Second start back off an 8-month layoff. But it's Devil's Arrow, the 3 to 4-5 favorite now under Luis Rivera Jr. Let's go upstairs. Start of the pick 6. Here is Chris Griffin.
He goes in. Hello Beauty, last to load. And in. All set. And they're off. Broken a good line. Ridden along is Hello Beauty, Flavienne Pratt. Asking her for speed from the outside draw, is trying to move up close, and now will challenge for that early lead with Devil's Arrow, and Devil's Arrow will take back. Hello Beauty was intent to get to the front and is now clear, is up by 2. Immediately, Flavienne Pratt now tries to slow things down. Stalking from second is going to be Devil's Arrow. At the rail comes Last Glory. Ricardo Santana Jr. in third. They're followed to the outside by Mathia, who starts to move forward as they move to the backstretch. The 2 at the back, it's Tower 22 with Grace Reformed. They're chasing Hello Beauty, 24.03, the opening quarter mile. Just moving smoothly up front. Is moving in closer now is Devil's Arrow. Stalking from second, just off the pace setter, within 3/4 of a length of the lead. At the rail comes Last Glory. Is inching closer now, is right in behind this leader. Center of the racetrack, Tower 22 has picked up a spot, is now in front of Mathia, who's back to 5th. The trailer, Christopher Elliott and Grace Reformed. 49.48 for a half-mile time. They've got a half-mile left to go, and Hello Beauty has been there throughout. Hello Beauty takes him into the turn, is back up by a length and a half. Devil's Arrow is asked to do more by Luis Rivera Jr. is not cutting to the margin yet, and Tower 22 starts to circle rivals. At the rail, Last Glory starts to drop back. Mathia splitting rivals. Nothing from Grace Reformed yet. Hello Beauty keeps moving right along, and Hello Beauty has a quarter mile left to go. Devil's Arrow with no excuse was been there throughout, just trying to run this leader down. Hello Beauty now gutting things out down towards the inside. Devil's Arrow getting closer with every stride. Hello Beauty is digging deep, still a neck advantage. Devil's Arrow has not pushed by yet. Devil's Arrow can't get by Hello Beauty inside the final 16th. Hello Beauty, a front running score. Flavienne Pratt, they get it done. Hello Beauty won it over Devil's Arrow, then came Last Glory and Mathia in 1 minute 53.20 seconds.
Flavienne Pratt, Hello Beauty for Pat Quick. Scoring the upset here 4-1, holding off the even money favorite who got there. Looked like was going to go by, didn't happen.
Well, credit this to Flavienne Pratt. I mean, there is no other rider in the game that would have gotten to the front on Hello Beauty. I maintain that. The aggression he showed, sort of the confident ride by Louis Rivera in the 3, letting him get loose with this horse, to me, it made all the difference. I don't know that she necessarily, I just think if the 3 had gone and the 6 stalked, I don't think the 6 beats her. I think Flavienne Pratt got this done for Pat Quick. Happy for them. I'm happy because I bet her.
6-3, 4-5, and a 4-1 upset over an even money favorite. All the prices for you when we come back. Pick 6 underway with an upset. Hello Beauty.
bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Gunrunner is the sire of 16 millionaires and 12 Grade 1 winners. Last year, he sired $17 million yearlings, including the Keeneland September sale topper. He was the sire of the $2.2 million Keeneland November weanling sale topper as well. Gunrunner was the co-leading sire of 2-year-old Grade 1 winners, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Super Corridoro. Gunrunner, breed true.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
New to McMahon Thoroughbreds for 2026, champion Uncle Mo's undefeated 2-year-old, Showcase, named a TDN Rising Star on debut, and winner of the Grade 2 Saratoga Special.
Showcase is awaiting racing room, trying to get out of there, and Showcase gets out for a crack at first resort. Showcase lengthens his stride. He bounds home with plenty left. Showcase ultra impressive in the Saratoga Special.
Showcase, standing for $5,000 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
We're back on our Thursday coverage on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually. Well, hello, beauty. Andy Serling left. Mic drop. Gives out the winner. He's gone.
Yes, I'd like to leave. Unfortunately, sometimes I'd be here for like days in a row if I was only allowed to leave when I gave out a winner. Happy to see Pat Quick get the win as well.
Again, he's surprised. He's a back-to-back Eclipse Award winner, one of the greatest riders, may go down as one of the greatest ever, but he continues to surprise you too with how he chooses to ride.
This is one of those rare races
in a good way
where he won with a horse that may or may not have been best. His decision to send this horse to the front made the difference. And by the way, look at, he paid $3 to place and $3.78 to show. Big place bet. Paid less to place than Devil's Arrow.
Wow.
A little strange.
Back to Oaklawn. Race 2 starts in early pick 4 in Hot Springs. 12,000 starter allowance at 1 1/8 miles. And Bright Spark, as we talked about, the one to beat, we'll get to. Odds on at 3 to 5. Here's Italian Symphony. Dan Ward.
Yeah, Italian Symphony just have to get a lot faster to be competitive here.
Montauk Point, Bentley Combs Barn with Francisco Arrieta.
Moves up off a win, the fastest race he's ever run from a speed figure standpoint, would also have to improve.
First career start for Kinnan LaRose, assistant to Tom Amos, now with taking over the barn.
I don't quite understand why this horse is this big a price. I think has run well enough, lacks some speed, having finished behind the favorite last time.
Yeah, I agree with you, but Bright Spark, huge favorite, 7 for 31 lifetime.
I don't think anybody sane is going to argue this is the horse to beat off his last two races, but I don't know that he's a 3 to 5 shot here. I think the 4 is good enough to be closer.
There's Hess.
Hess would have to get back to his very best race to be competitive.
JT's Imagination, 21 to 1 Manny Esquivel rides.
Looks like the speed in here just doesn't look good enough.
And underdressed out there, I believe we saw, just went by quickly. I thought could move forward a little bit. Steve Asmussen barn.
Good. Last race, a big step forward for this. So they all finished. The 3 and the 5 are the two main obstacles of the favorite. They don't finish well behind them last time, but I don't think the favorite 3 to 5 is a great gamble.
Let's go to Megan.
I thought this was incredibly interesting, and I agree with Andy. I'm a bit against your favorite here in the number 4, Bright Spark, who does have the speed figures. But my problem with this horse is I wonder the pace scenario that he gets in this spot, as Andy had mentioned. Likely JT's imagination on the outside to control, at least that's what Timeform US projects, and I'd imagine that's what happens in this spot, particularly where he's drawn. But the 4, Bright Spark, last time out, he was 8-5. He was second to last early as the 6-5 winner led them gate to wire. He found the inside and then he angled out and he ran on. But I just wonder with him if he's going to be able to get the right setup. I went to the number 3 at Noble Knight for, as mentioned, the very first starter for Kenan LaRose. I do like the blinkers coming off, as I'm hoping he will be able to settle a bit more as we send it up to Matt Dinnerman with the call for race number 2.
JT's Imagination walking up to the gate. We're ready to go. And Laroff. From the inside, Italian Symphony gets the first call. Montauk Point alongside early. Far outside is JT's Imagination. My Noble Knight happy to track right behind. Then comes the favorite, Bright Spark. He's on the inside of Underdress down on the rail. Hess at the back with them as they approach the first turn. Italian Symphony head in front, now a half length. Montauk Point about 3 pass off the rail now, tracking on a hold. He's running in second. Not a fast pace here at all, set by Italian Symphony. Italian Symphony, half-length edge here. Montauk Point there on the outside, just a little bit keen outside of the front runner here. Then comes Bright Spark and Underdress. My Noble Knight on a hold. He's 3 wide, and JT's Imagination 4 deep. Hess parked 5 wide, approaching the back stretch run. There's 5 runners lined up, 2.5 lengths behind Italian Symphony, who continues to lead the way here with the ears pricked a half length in front of Montauk Point. Hess is very eager now. He's made his way to drag his rival third, approaching the half-mile pole. Then comes Bright Spark, Underdress still between horses. Then comes My Noble Knight. He's 4 off the pace, a length back to JT's Imagination as they hit the 4-turn run. Italian Symphony into the turn, half length in front. Montauk Point still right there. Bright Spark third as they round the turn now. And then comes Underdressed. He's come under a hard ride. Hess also being asked to go, but he's going in the wrong direction. My Noble Knight is deeper as they round the 4th turn, coming to the top of the stretch. Italian Symphony nose in front of Montauk Point. My Noble Knight coming on 3 wide. He's making a nice move with Underdressed. Underdressed on the outside comes looking for the lead. Now Bright Spark is tipping outside for a rally, finds a path and comes charging now. Bright Spark, Underdressed asks for his best. Bright Spark alongside, hitting the 16th pole. Bright Spark, Underdressed. It's Bright Spark with the edge here from Underdressed, and that's how they're going to finish. Bright Spark finishing it up to win it by a length and a quarter. Underdressed was second. Italian Symphony third. My Noble Knight fourth across the finish.
Bright Spark getting by Underdressed for the 8th win of the 7-year-old's career.
Not exactly winning like a 2-to-5 shot should, but you could see that Torres had horse sitting chilly and waiting for room. Fortunately for him, the number 3, My Noble Knight, had no horse top of the stretch, so it enabled him to be able to get outside in the clear and run down Underdressed, who did run well to be second. Bright Spark was the horse to beat on paper. He was the horse to beat in the race, but I don't know if he justified his 2-to-5 shot, 2-to-5 odds with a win here, but he got a good trip. He got a very good ride, I thought, from Torres.
Kevin Martin Barn, yeah, Christian Torres for Fleury Racing. And again, the 8th career win from this 7-year-old son of Arrogate at a very, very short price. We're going to take a timeout. We'll talk more Wood Memorial when we come back. Brilliant in the Champagne as a 2-year-old. Can Napoleon Solo bounce back? Start number 2 of his 3-year-old season.
As we continue to celebrate the Big A, we turn our attention to the race that for generations has defined springtime here at Aqueduct, the Wood Memorial.
First run in 1925, the Wood Memorial was named for Eugene D. Wood, president of Jamaica Racecourse, where the race was originally held. When Jamaica closed in 1959, the Wood found a new home here at Aqueduct, where it has served as New York's premier race towards the Triple Crown ever since. Run at 1 1/8 miles, the Wood Memorial has consistently highlighted the sport's rising 3-year-olds. In fact, 11 Wood winners have gone on to capture the Kentucky Derby, including champions like Seattle Slew and Foolish Pleasure.
Past the 70-yard mark, and it's Seattle Slew in front.
Through the decades, the Wood has showcased racing royalty. Hall of Famers like Damascus, Slew of Gold, and Easy Goer have all stamped their greatness here on the road to stardom.
Easy Goer has the lead.
And sometimes, the Wood delivers performances for the ages. In 2005, Bellamy Road produced one of the most dominant efforts in Aqueduct history.
And this is a dazzling performance by a dazzling 3-year-old Bellamy Road. He's turning the Wood Memorial into an absolute runaway.
The Wood Memorial has shaped the sport for nearly a century. And before Aqueduct takes its final bow, this historic race will be run here one last time, adding to the remarkable legacy of the Wood Memorial at the Big A.
So much history. Incredible place to watch the races, and the final Wood Memorial will take place at Aqueduct this Saturday afternoon.
One of the things I'm going to miss when we leave here is where we sit, and the ability to turn around right after a race and watch the gallop out the way it is because of the sight lines. You know, Maggie mentioned the Wood winners. 3 straight Wood winners, 1975 Foolish Pleasure, who beat Bombay Duck in a 15-horse field to win the Wood. The next year, Bold Forbes, who upset Honest Pleasure. And the next year, the great Seattle Slew winning it. 3 straight Wood winners winning the Kentucky Derby. And Bold Forbes was my first trip here for the Wood Memorial. I'd been here a few times before that to see that win, but I've seen so many great Woods. And I was telling you how I actually watched Bellamy Road's win with Nick Zito. And I was joking with you, and if Nick were here, we could joke about it, how Nick said to me the first turn, "Oh, I didn't want Javier to go to the lead," when he went to the lead. And I'll never forget turning around to Nick as they were coming to the top of the stretch and saying to him, Are you watching this? I mean, you could just see you were seeing something absolutely unbelievable. One of the great performances I've ever seen at the racetrack.
This year's edition, we will have, in addition to Iron Honor, who's a horse to beat, one of the best races, certainly one run by a 2-year-old last year, was Napoleon Solo in the Champagne. Second start of his career, didn't back it up, returning as a 3-year-old. We'll see what we get on Saturday.
Yeah, I hope he runs, first of all. He has not worked since March 19th. Let me tell you, this is a good horse. You know, I don't care whether the form is held up from this race or not. This was a devastatingly good performance. Now, I don't know that this is really a Derby-type horse, a 1.25 mile horse. But if he can stay sound and get back to races like this, at the very least, he's a major contender in Grade 1 races like the Woody Stevens and the Alan Jerkins as well. This is a seriously talented horse, and I don't want to fault him too much for his race in the Fountain of Youth. He didn't break that day. He chased wide. It was a tough field, a tough spot. I'd love to see this horse get back and run the kind of races we saw in the Champagne, because he is a good horse if he can run those races, because that might have been the best performance by any 2-year-old last year.
Quite possibly.
Leaving in his dust Tom's horse, who tried to duel with him.
It's our time, yeah.
Yeah, and he just blew him away.
Race 12 on Saturday, 6:34 Eastern Time. Grade 2 Wood Memorial as we get back to today's action, race 4. It starts the late pick 5. We're approaching the 5-minute mark to post. 1-turn mile and a low-level $12,000 maiden claiming race. Certainly Noguchi, good cop, and then Cat Fast, who's a player for sure, but even money on, I didn't expect this one to be the favorite. Probably will not be a post time.
I scratched into Cat Fast. I had liked Always Packin' and Cat Fast. I think Cat Fast will be helped by a fast track, but curious to hear what Maggie has to say about this horse, claimed by Horacio de Paz off an absolutely disastrous race in the mud.
Let's go to Maggie now.
Yeah, Andy, I've never particularly liked Cat Fast. I don't get it either. As a horse that I like on form, though, is the biggest price of the main three in here, and that's number 4, Good Cop, who I just thought maybe he didn't get the greatest of rides last time, as he was also coming off of a week rest, but that's well within Linda Rice's wheelhouse. She is the best trainer on the grounds for bringing horses back off a relatively short rest. I just thought he moved too early with him. He didn't go to the lead, and then he kind of wanted to run off, and then he let him run off down the backside, and ultimately it just proved that it was not the right kind of move. So I think being forward with this horse is the ideal way to go, as he does cut back to a mile. Perhaps the frequent racing, though, is catching up with him. I looks a bit on the lighter side for a Linda Rice horse. I kind of have that standard that you come to expect with certain trainers, and Linda's always one that packs the conditioning on horses. But this guy's had a heavy workload as of late, but I do think he is a very logical contender. Quick equipment notes on number 3 to the inside, Powered by Cole, who I don't particularly like, but last time he did don a new blinker, and a run-out blinker, an extension blinker, but they've now added a burr to that right side of his bit. So a horse that obviously has a propensity to get out, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thanks. Here comes our post parade. And here is Noguchi, Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano, and can show speed from the rail.
Noguchi's the speed, but, I mean, she's just getting a little bit tiresome, but he is the one to catch.
Powered by Cole, 0 for 16.
He's had so many chances for Mark Hennig, but he's run fast enough to be contentious here.
Here's Good Cop dropping class.
I completely agree with Maggie. That was just not a good ride. This horse moved way too soon last time. I could not agree more. I think he's maybe the horse to beat.
Charlie Hustle has hit the board once. It was a distant third, beat 15 lengths.
P. Rose better get in the Hall of Fame soon. Are you on the other side of that?
Beck
was a horse player, Greg.
Beck Streamer at 19-1.
Greg did not want to weigh in on that. Beck Streamer could be speeding here. It's hard to make, though.
And still holding up as a favorite.
I picked this horse hoping, I mean, he's got 2 races, 2 and 3 back, fast enough. You're hoping it was the wet track last time. But keep in mind, this was a total dump job by Linda Rice at 12-5 last time. If it wasn't for my respect for Horacio De Paz, but in truth, I would like to have said, I'll take whichever horse is a bigger price among the 4 and 7. And I thought the 4 would be a shorter price. I'm still not sure he won't be.
Okay. We can have a separate podcast discussion about the other topic.
Pete Rose?
Yeah.
You just never saw him at the track like I did.
I used to work with him.
Really?
Yes. Naira Bets promos here, $5 deposit and bet bonus. So give your weekend bankroll a boost with $5 deposit bonus. You got to opt in, deposit at least $20, and bet at least $10 on any race at any track. So Good Cop. And yes, dropping from 25, but was in for 16 prior to that. Finished behind Noguchi. Is finished behind Powered by Cole. 2-1. Sorry, 3-1 right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is the race that we were talking about when sort of made that breakout move. And listen, it's easy in retrospect to say. I think he was trying to break the race open, and he did lose to a horse who's a big price. But I think it just happened because he moved too soon. And I think it was just one of these cases where he thought he was making the right move, blowing the race open, beating the horses that had to be beaten in there. But in resulting, it ended up being a much too early move in here. And I think cutting back to the 1-turn mile with this horse and maybe being a little bit closer in a less pace of a race will benefit Good Cop.
Let's go down to Maggie for more on Good Cop.
Yeah, that's the way I saw it here, as he will be my selection. I do think Linda's other horse in here, Noguchi, he looks great too, and he does possess and kind of hold that hand as being the probable pace setter in here. But let's talk about the horse who continues to take money, who is getting quite an aggressive warm-up here by Ricardo Santana, who we do know to be a bit more aggressive than possibly his previous riders. So I don't know, I don't know what the play is here, but it is something I noticed that I thought I would bring up. Oh my gosh, what is this horse doing? You can, I mean, horses that act like that, this is why they're in for 12.5, I suppose. As he was wired by Dr. Merciless, he just had no early foot. Now, that was going 6, so obviously getting back out to a mile does make some sense. 3 back running second at this distance, should help him. He's not built particularly like a horse who wants a lot of ground. He is quite small and unassuming looking. So he's going to beat me here, Greg. In other words, I can't say that I'm a very big fan of this horse, especially at such a short price.
I don't get why he's a player. I don't get why he's 9-5 still.
Well, I guess people are looking at, there are 3 major players on paper, right?
And he's one of them, sure.
2, 4, and 7. And I think people are just tired of Noguchi, right? He's just had so many chances. And I guess you could say with Good Cop. Now, Cat Fast has had plenty of chances as well. Maybe it's like the fatigue of winter. People are less sick of Cat Fast than they are of Noguchi and Good Cop. I agree with you. I think Good Cop should be favored in this race. I didn't look at the morning line.
It was 4-1 morning line, Cat Fast.
And what price was the 4?
5-2.
Yeah, I one of the reasons I picked the 7 was I thought he'd be a bigger price. I didn't think he'd be set 4-1. But I didn't think he'd be shorter than the 4 in this race, and I don't think he should be. You're stuck with who you pick, and in this race, I'm not going to split hairs. I just think the 4, and maybe, is it possible also, maybe the Linda Rice money gets a little split up with 2 for Linda? You know, I'm trying to figure it out. And also, Cat Fast is claimed away from Linda. I'm Horacio De Paz's biggest fan. That's not related to him, but I think claiming from Linda Rice is tough for anybody. If you're not a trainer you're going to improve off of. If you are betting the 7, you are 100% banking on the fact that this horse hated the mud last time.
Which could be the
case. Do you really want to take 3-2 to find that out? Because if it wasn't the mud, this horse has no chance because his last race was horrendous. So it's a little weird.
Late pick 5, it starts here. Chris Griffin to get us started.
Beck Streamer. Cat Fast to the outside. Cat Fast goes in. All set. And they're off. Breaking awkwardly there was Good Cop from in between horses. Broke sharply, but then it was an awkward footing as towards the back end of the field. Noguchi is right up to the front, and there's Noguchi. Powered by Cole, applies mild pressure, is in between horses, and here comes Cat Fast 3 wide. These 3 come out of the chute, and now Cat Fast is going to challenge Noguchi for the lead, but Noguchi still with a nose in front. Taking off the pace now is Powered by Cole, and Jamie Rodriguez going to back off the tempo out in the center of the racetrack, trying to re-rally. It's a tight hold for Good Cop, and Sahin Savachi is just tugging at Savachi. Wants to go, is Keen now in behind horses, and the front 4 are well clear of the rest. 23.83 for that opening quarter mile, and Good Cop just had to steady and checked hard there, was right up on heels. Trying to rally on there from the back. Here comes Beck Streamer, is alone in 5th, and far, far back, the trailer, Charlie Hustle. 47-4 for that half-mile time. Noguchi, no easy leads with Cat Fast to the outside. Powered by Cole is ranging up 3 wide. Beck Streamer is within the shot now, and here comes Beck Streamer launching from far out of it. Gochan, Kochakaya, and Beck Streamer, they just went right around Good Cop, who's still bottled up in behind horses as they approach a quarter mile left to go. Powered by Cole with that nice trip is trying to kick away, is doing just that. Good Cop is rallying on in between horses, had some trouble in the backstretch, but Good Cop is coming after the new leader in Beck Streamer at 31-1. Good Cop from in between horses, and now Good Cop is sprinting clear. Powered by Cole is back for more. Look, Dunn was back to 3rd. Powered by Cole, Good Cop, these 2 down to the line together. Photo finish. Got tight, Good Cop to the inside. Powered by Cole. Then came Beck Streamer and Noguchi, and 1:39.4. It's a photo in today's 4th.
Inside the 4, Good Cop. Outside the 3, Powered by Cole. Incredibly tight. Let's take one more look.
Yeah, unless the 3 won an incredible head bob, Good Cop did win this race. I would say Powered by Cole probably ran the best race of anybody in here. Let's watch. It's 4. It's 4. It's 3. It's 4. It's 3. It's 4. It's 4.
Looks like it. Yeah, it
We're
looks like
got
inside.
back on the
but it's-
bob. And, I mean, Good Cop got an absolute dream trip in here, a much more patient ride from Sahin, who learned, I think, from his last race waiting. But, I mean, the way he got through, he was supposed to win this race by 2 lengths.
And it is the 4 has
3
been posted.
coming back on to almost beat him. A tough beat for Powered by Cole, who ran really well and too tough to lose. And Beck Streamer made the bigger run on the outside, but Good Cop, who should have been favored, wasn't favored, but won.
Good for Sahin Savachi. Linda Rice giving him an opportunity, sticking with him here. And he makes good, barely.
Yep.
4-3-6-2. As Good Cop wins here 2-1.
I'll never understand how this horse wasn't favored. I'll never understand it.
Favorite does not hit the board. We're going to take a timeout. Brad Cox and Paradise looking for more after that Busher win with a Gazelle ahead.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Get ready for the biggest races from the Sunshine State. Join NYRA Bets handicapper Matthew DeSantis and NYRA analyst Acacia Clement for Snowbirds. Picks and valuable insight for upcoming warm weather stakes races. That and more on the NYRA Bets YouTube channel.
Say hi to our new stallion, Highland Falls. From his winning debut to that spectacular Jockey Club Gold Cup.
It is Highland Falls. He wins another one. This time the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Even his buyer was high. The race his sire made his own by a widening 4 lengths. A host of Grade 1 winners far behind. High and goodbye. Running a 107 when second in an All-Star Whitney. The rise and rise of Highland Falls. High class, on the track and on the page. This is his dam, winning the Acorn and then the Distaff. Aim high. Breed to a well-bred son of Curlin. Highland Falls, new to Darley.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 two-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to NYRA.com/EMPTRI.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on our Thursday coverage of America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you where you can play it all. It's time for, I thought that was a rose, sorry. Not
That's
quite time for roses.
That's a tulip or crocus. Probably it's more like a tulip, right?
Look good on a blanket though, wouldn't it? Good Cop, dropping from 25, winning for Linda Rice with Sahin Savachi. Linda owns this one as well, along with Bruce Golden Racing. Tis the Law, 4-year-old. Start number 8. Just up in time to win a photo.
Able to get through, sitting behind, sitting chilly, getting through. Looked like had the race won, and man, won a head bob to get it done. Over a horse powered by Cole, probably ran the better race of the two, all things considered. But got the job done. 2-1 was probably generous. Should have been favored here. We said it before the race. We can say it after, Greg.
9-1 shot, almost. Losing by a nose, as you see the photo there. So Sahin Savachi, well done. $6.50 for the victory. Beck Streamer, 31-1. A huge move around the turn, and for a while looked like might sustain it.
Agreed.
the Wayne Potts barn. Big number to complete your trifecta. Comes back $78.50. Race 5, start of the Pig 4. New York Breds, $35,000 starter allowance, 1 turn mile. And Irish Jackson, yes, is the one to beat. Rob Falcone Jr. barn.
I picked Irish Jackson second off the layoff. I think she's the one to beat in here. But at the current odds, and I'm going to bet the 3 undergrad getting back to a fast track who didn't seem to like it last time. They're my main 2 horses in here.
Grade 3 Gazelle on the road to this year's Kentucky Oaks. Race before the Wood on Saturday, mile and an eighth. $200,000 purse. We talked to break about Paradise for Brad Cox. She'll look to win her 3rd in a row coming off that Busher victory in late February.
She feels like the one to beat. She took a step forward in the Busher, takes another step forward. She's the one to beat in here. She'll have to get faster if she's going to win the Kentucky Oaks, but she feels like the horse to beat in here, and she drew well on the inside.
Speed to use from that rail. And again, this configuration inside's where you want to be.
Yeah, I just think she's the logical horse to beat. I'm interested in the number 4 horse going out for Amelia Green, who had a very good trip to win last time. It seemed okay, but I'm not against the favorite here.
Any interest in Pashmina at all?
Yeah, I put her second, actually. The horse that ran 3rd in the Sunland Park Oaks. I think for Rob Atras, she seems to be improving. I thought she was dangerous.
Yeah.
You like her?
I do.
All right.
Ramon Vasquez will ride. But yeah, Paradise will be tough for one of the best barns in our sport. That again, race 11, 5:56 Eastern time on Saturday. You're on late with me Saturday, right?
I am.
Okay. Look forward to it.
I'm staying to the bitter end with you.
Until 7 Eastern, our Saturday night coverage. Back at Oaklawn, let's check in with Megan.
Hey guys, this race kind of just completely came apart a bit in race number 3 here for these fillies, and we just had a late scratch. Actually, the number 6, Amazing Amanda, she had a paddock incident. We'll continue to report on her well-being, as it was not a fun paddock before you in this race. So we had a lot of scratches, and a lot of the pace has also scratched out of this race, which led me to the number 9, Glazin' Fury, for the Madshire barn, who takes the drop-in class out of the Dixie Belle, back now in for that $50,000 tag in a much more reasonable spot. Now, she hasn't really shown the level of rateability, but now with the scratches and just the completely different pace dynamics now in this race, I think she's going to get the perfect kind of trip from her outside post, and I think she also looked better for it coming off the layoff last time out. Now second off, she looks fantastic. She's a petite daughter of Mitoli, and I think she's going to be able to get things her own way. We shall see. On the front end is the number 5. What's the T also has some tactical speed, as last time out was just didn't have the best of trips. She was wide, and also just pretty big uptick in class off of being claimed there after that dominant win there at $24,000, but does have the field's best last out figure there on March the 14th, where a faster pace up front kind of fell apart, was dominated by those tracking, and kind of hustled under a ride around the far turn, and then angled out 5 wide and was just flat that day. She looks great. These progeny of Independence Hall has certainly gotten better with time. Is she going to have the same kind of free running trip 2 back that she did when she broke her maiden? No. But I thought she was interesting as far as how this race was made up. I think she'll sit right off of the pace, led by the number 9 in this spot. But a little bit of a shout out for the number 2, What's Up Dog, taking even more money, and comes out of a starter allowance last time out, where broke a touch slow, but the winner back on January the 2nd stumbled even worse. So she was squeezed in at the start that day from both sides, chased on to try to make up almost a 3-length gap, and then kind of just was in chase mode throughout. But the problem with her is she doesn't have a lot of early speed. Now, this is going to be a more compact group. I don't find she'll be as far back now, and hoping that she'll be able to continue to stay engaged and finish with run, because her two-back effort, I find, makes her interesting up there at a little bit of a price. Not so much anymore now at 5-2 off of the 8-1 morning line. But a race riddled by scratches, Greg. I went to the outside runner, but it seems as though the betting public are kind of sorting through the same three horses.
I think the outside runner should be 4-5 in this race, personally.
Okay.
I think she is way the horse to beat in this race.
Gets a faster track for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's really the question with her, right? A horse who started out in the turf, but she's a Mitole, and she improved getting to the dirt, and I don't know. I just thought she ran against killers last time. She gets Lasix for the first time. I'm shocked that she's not favored over the 5.
No question. I mean, look, she was in the Dixie Belle.
Yep. And that horse who won the Dixie Belle, that horse might be a real threat in the Ashland. She's pretty good stretching out. She's got a pedigree, says she should go long.
What's the Tito, the 5? 3-2 favorite for John Ortiz. Broker maiden by 11 lengths 2 starts ago here in late February. Matt Dinnerman, the call. Here's race 3 from Oaklawn.
And Glazing Fury to the outside post. Glazing Fury goes it. We're ready to go. And we're off. A bad stumble at the break for Summers with Sonia and drops to the back of the pack after that. Francisco Arrieta doing a good job to stay aboard, but she's at the back of the field after that beginning. Far outside, it's Glazing Fury going to the lead. What's Up Dog will take a hold in track, and now Glazing Fury opens up the lead to 1.5 lengths now. In second is What's Up Dog tipping off the rail. What's the T is 3 wide. Summers with Sonia down on the inside, and Charlotte Collection at the back. 4 off the pace with a half mile to go. The leader is Glazing Fury going into the turn. Opens up, got a breather approaching the far turn, and now steps on the gas, accelerates to a 2-length lead. What's Up Dog in the second position. What's the T alongside of that one, and these two moving after Glazing Fury with 5/16 to go. Summers with Sonia in an all-out drive 4th, and Charlotte Collection is still well behind as they hit the quarter pole. Glazing Fury off the turn. Narrow lead coming down the lane. What's the T? They're on the outside to engage. They're right together. What's Up Dog third, 2 behind. 1 furlong to go. Glazing Fury asked for more. She's a half length in front. What's the T? Can't get by her. Outside, What's Up Dog is right there. 16th to go. Glazing Fury with the lead from What's Up Dog. Coming to the line, Glazing Fury, gate to wire. Glazing Fury, your winner. What's Up Dog was second. What's the T third? Then Charlotte Collection and Summers with Sonia.
Glazing Fury for Matt Shire. Abel Cedillo with the victory, dropping out of Stakes Company last start.
And drifted up to 2-1. Unbelievable that this horse was 2-1 in this race. Wow. Got to the front, controlled. 5 took her shot, but was not able to even hold second. 9-2-5. I'm sorry, this horse is a big overlay.
First time fast track, no issue here. Glazing Fury, second win, 6 career starts. It did not go up. Top choice, 2-1 here in the end with a drop in class. We'll have the prices for you when we come back. We'll set up the 4th. And race 5 at Aqueduct, 13 minutes away. Back on America's Day at the Races, and this is right around the corner. Your last chance to see a Triple Crown race at historic Saratoga before the new Belmont Park opens in late September. Go to belmontstakes.com/tickets to be part of not just a historic event in a historic setting, but a tremendous entire week of racing.
Yeah, no, it'll be a lot of fun to be up there. Obviously, we're looking forward to Belmont reopening in September and getting back to its home, but one more time in Saratoga, not a bad thing.
First 2 years of Belmont at Saratoga it's been a sensational experience. If you could be part of it, certainly want to be. 51 days of Saratoga this year. We're in for a treat.
Yes, and so people know this will be the last 51 days. Back to 40 days last year with Belmont reopening, but enjoy it while you can. Belmont Stakes Week in Saratoga is a very, very fun week of racing. A little preview of the meet.
Yeah. We all love it. We love the extra days. People that live there year-round probably saying, Dad, we're ready for them to go home. I just learned this word, but I think this is an appropriate usage of it. I'm just bum-fuzzled that Glazing Fury did not go off the favorite in this race at Oaklawn.
I think it's absolutely stunning that this horse was not favored in this race and 2-1 in a 5-horse field. And listen, we can say it because we said it before the race that this horse should be odds on in here.
Coming out of the Dixie Bell Stakes.
It's crazy this horse was this price. Absolutely crazy that she paid $6. When you consider the kind of horses that go off at huge, huge favorites, to get $6 on this horse in a 4-horse field is absolutely outrageous.
She broke her maiden the start before that in a $100,000 maiden claiming race at Churchill. What's the T, who went off favorite, broke her maiden $24,000 maiden claimer at Oaklawn. She wins fairly convincingly, $6.40 for the win. Matt Shire Barn, Abel Cedillo, $6.40 as mentioned for the win. As we move on to race 4, mile and a 16th, allowance optional claiming group. As we get back to New York, race 5, start of the late pick 4 in this New York bred. Starter allowance at a mile. Let's go to Maggie.
Bumfuzzled. Is that in the dictionary, Greg? I have to use that one, keep it in my repertoire, as we'll take a look here at the horse just outside of your favorite, and that's number 5, Heavenly Light, off the reclaim by Horacio De Paz. And I just really love the way this horse looked. I mean, she's the one who immediately caught my eye here in the paddock. She's marching around. Her energy level has not waned since stepping foot in here about 12 minutes ago. So she just looks strong. She looks fit. She looks ready to go. And I always think it's interesting. While she hasn't run particularly fast, I mean, really nobody has in this field, that Horacio opted to go back in for her when we saw Brad Cox drop her in for the $30,000, feeling that she was worth the value. So we'll see how she performs here back in Horacio's barn. On the inside of your favorite is a horse stretching out for the first time in number 3, Undergrad, for Linda Rice. Was disappointing last time out in the slop. So are we able to use that as an excuse? Possibly. I mean, her first 2 races, while they didn't think that much of her and debuted her in a maiden 30 where she was 11-1 first time out, she would come back and win that maiden special weight, defeating Tahila, who's also in here. Now, she is a bit of a longer framed filly, so she suggests to me that a bit more ground actually I think will be useful for her. She's incredibly fit here for Linda, and she's nicely composed, just nicely on the bridle, not overly energetic or aggressive in her demeanor. The problem is, though, Greg, is it feels like there's a lot of speed in here, despite it being a mile, which ultimately could set things up nicely for your favorite.
Yeah, Irish Jackson should be able to take advantage of that with a hot pace to up front as the riders make their way out for riders up.
I agree. The 1 and 2 look like speed, and they should help set it up. I think Undergrad's a tricky horse. You know, I was talking with our morning line maker who made the horse 9-2, and his feeling was she ran so badly in the slop, and there was a lot of rain predicted last night. It never came, thankfully, so we have a fast track. But I think that Undergrad did benefit from a bias, taking advantage of a bias to win 2 back. But I think, like the public, she's the main threat. Maggie had good things to say about Heavenly Light. I don't love the trainer switch, and I don't love this horse either. So I'm mostly 3s and 4s here, like the public.
All right, our post parade coming up shortly. Any interest at all? And I thought calling an audible a little intriguing.
I didn't like her. I thought she beat a subpar field last time out. I've always kind of thought she was a neat horse, but she's a huge price if you like her. If I was going to take somebody else, I would take Tehila, who I bet last time out, and probably a little compromised by the way the race was run. Kind of moved too soon into the race, caught wide. I think she's a little dangerous, but I think Irish Jackson's just the horse to beat, second off the long layoff.
And for Rob Falcone Jr.,
I am scared.
She, considering, too, just the race she ran off the bench, and can she move forward off that? If she does, it's going to be difficult
and
to
the
beat
horse
her.
who beat her, Cloudy Chance, came in there with real credentials, and she was able to control on the front end. I thought Irish Jackson ran just fine in finishing second, and she improves a little bit, getting much more pace, a race that figures to be run in a more favorable manner for her today.
She's 9-5. Manny Franco for Rob Falcone Jr. again, three-time winner here in New York. We start with Timia, speed from inside for the Wayne Potts barn.
Yeah, she figures to have speed along with Sabby Sunset. She's been in decent form, but this is not going to be an easy row for her.
Indeed, speed with the 2 Cantermachi barn off the claim.
I always respect the Cantermachi's off the claim, but she would need to run every bit of her best race and somehow deal with Timea at a mile and then hold off the closer is not an easy task.
First time beyond 6 furlongs for Undergrad.
I like Undergrad's chances a bit. I probably, if I knew the track was fast, might have gone 3-4. I like both these horses.
Here's the favorite, Irish Jackson.
Yeah, I mean, she's just a very logical horse in this race, hopefully to improve second off a layoff.
Heavenly Light with Jamie Rodriguez coming off a win.
I respect Horacio a lot, but I don't love claiming horses away from the Brad Cox barn.
Tehila, 8-1. Cantermachi barn as well.
She won against the bias 2 races back, which I think makes her look a little better than she is on paper.
And calling an audible, first start of the 5-year-old campaign, it was a win for non-winners of 2 Life.
You like her more than I do. She's a price. If you like her, you should bet her.
3 minutes away, race 5. It starts this late pick 4, and there is the one to beat. Came back off a July 24th layoff back on March 13th. And any tick up in improvement off that effort,
she's going to be very tough.
Very tough.
Very, very tough. I don't disagree with that. She's got the fastest races of anybody in this race, and she ran well enough in her return. She's just a very logical horse. But I agree with the money the 3 is taking. I think they are the 2 horses. I mean, if you look at the speed figures of Undergrad on fast tracks, they're both fast enough. Now, she did take advantage of a bias when she won 2 races back, and I think that makes Tehila a little dangerous, who finished behind her in there, as we do have a fair track, seemingly, from today's races. But she ran well enough in her debut. Undergrad to suggest she can run fast without getting in a perfect trip, and I think that makes her dangerous.
Let's go down to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll check in with your favorite Irish Jackson, still sitting at 2-1 in here. Now, I did not cover her race last time, but she was coming back off of a considerable layoff for Rob Falcone Jr. And I thought she ran well. She's kind of chasing in the 2-path throughout there. And she's, while I wasn't in the paddock, I do know her quite well. And she's always been a heavier body type. So with that in mind, one would have to think that a race would ultimately be the most beneficial thing for her from a fitness standpoint. And today she just projects to get the right kind of trip. However, was she the best looking horse from a physical standpoint in this field? No, she was far from it. Could mean absolutely nothing, and she could still get the job done here. But I did think it was worth pointing out, given her short price. To the inside is number 1, Timia, who I don't particularly like from a dynamic standpoint. You guys went over it. I mean, her job is quite tough here, considering that she is one of the speed horses and has to break from the rail, as we do see Edgar Zayas moving his tack here from South Florida, looking to embark on a riding campaign here in New York. He did well when he shipped into Saratoga towards the end of the meet last year, and definitely should be respected when in the saddle. But Timia, she goes out for Wayne Potts, who we just saw a long shot horse finish 3rd in the race before at 31-1, Beck Streamer. And I'd written down, I thought the horse looked well turned out. I could not make a case for her on paper, so I obviously didn't talk about her. But you know, this horse, Timia, has run, you know, races that are parallel to some of the horses in here, and she just looks as though she's doing incredibly well. She always is a horse that is fairly well turned out, but her coat's gone the right way through this long, arduous winter, and she just looks like a happy horse in here too. So maybe, considering she's doing well, she could be, you know, maybe outrunning what the dynamics look to be on paper for her, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Yeah, glad she brought out Edgar Zayas, top rider out in Florida, moving his tack here to New York. He'll be on the one Timia. So excited to see what he can do here.
And we've seen him a couple times over the last year in New York, and I think he's run very, very well. As we're looking at Humberto Chavez, the chaplain, head of the New York Racetrack chaplaincy as well. Always a very good organization to support, along with BEST and BCCA as well.
Let's go back to Maggie.
And I just want to point out why Humberto is here, as the New York Chaplaincy and BEST do so many wonderful things for our backstretch community, and this race is sponsored by them, so they will be handing out some trophies to the winning groom and hot walker of this race. So always, you know, trying to shed light on all the hard work that our backstretch employees do. So they're such an integral part of our backstretch community. Greg?
Unsung heroes of our sport. Take care of these equine athletes 24/7.
No question about it. And I think, you know, you look at all the organizations, the NYRA organizations, whether it's the chaplaincy, whether it's the backstretch employee services team, BEST, or the BCCA providing, you know, Faith's House up in Saratoga, Anna House here, they are all very worthy organizations to help support the backstretch workers here. I think each and every one of them does an important job for very, very important people in our industry.
9-5 favorite as we get set for the beginning of this pick 4 on this Thursday card. Irish Jackson, the one to beat. Rob Falcone Jr., Manny Franco will ride. There's Edgar Zayas. Excited about the opportunity to ride here in New York.
I'm excited to see him here. I think it's nice to see him here. I like the way he's ridden before, and I think he's a good addition to the colony. Wish him luck.
Part of the reason, said good time to come here. No Ortiz presence.
Well, for sure. It opens up some room for other riders. I agree. Still not an easy colony to break.
Chris Griffin with the call. Here's race 5 from Aqueduct.
Tahila calling an audible, last to load. Calling an audible. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Slight stumble at the start for Irish Jackson. Just a slight bubble after the start. Undergrad has early speed, is going to challenge early with towards the inside Savvy Sunset and at the rail. That's Timia, who's going to take back to third. Following them is Heavenly Light, who's now in fourth. Just behind them, Irish Jackson is now in fifth as they hook up with the backstretch. The two trailers calling an audible with Tahila. They work up the backstretch to a 23.49 opening quarter mile, and it's mild pressure to the inside from Savvy Sunset and Undergrad. They're clear 1-2. Moving towards the outside for some clear running room. Edgard Zayas on Timia in third. Heavenly Light is going to be wide. Green Silks is in fourth. Now 2.5 off the leaders. Making a move to the inside is Irish Jackson, who has the seam towards the inside behind this leading quartet. 47.04 for a half mile time, and on the front end, it's Undergrad. Undergrad starts to move away from Savvy Sunset, but immediately tackled by Timia, who's on the move, and here comes Timia. Timia has put a neck in front, back to second, and dropping back quickly was Undergrad. Heavenly Light is on the move wider. Irish Jackson didn't take an inside path, moved to the outside, calling an audible and trying to run on Tahila. They reach the top of the stretch, and now Heavenly Light has taken the lead. Heavenly Light is trying to move away. Irish Jackson now following that leader. Not out of it yet. Timia trying to come back towards the inside. Heavenly Light does not put away the competition as Timia keeps battling on towards the inside with the 16th left to go. Heavenly Light is now up by a full length and pulling away late. Heavenly Light will win it. Heavenly Light over Timia. Up for third is Tahila and Iris Jackson in 1 minute 39.51 seconds.
Heavenly Light, Horacio to pause, claiming off of Brad Cox. Jamie Rodriguez aboard for the win. Back-to-back victories now for this 4-year-old filly.
Horacio did not get it done off the claim last race, but he did in this race. It's had a good trip forward. They ended up holding up pretty well up front. Looked like the favorite was making a winning move around the turn and absolutely empty coming into the stretch, as was the 3. Two horses I like did not run well. This horse got it done.
So Heavenly Light, 3rd career win in 11 tries now, including the last 2 in a row. One for 30,000 non-winners at 2 for the Brad Cox barn. Now this New York bred starter allowance. Up back racing. Jamie Rodriguez for DePaz. 7-2 again, your winner. 5-1, 6-4 Iris Jackson. Little bit of a compromised start. But
yeah, but she had a good trip after that. She was bad. I wonder if she was claimed out of this race. I would certainly not want to have claimed her. This was a bad performance.
Starter.
What's that? Oh, it's not a... I'm sorry. Thank you, Greg. I apologize.
All right, so 7-2 prices when we come back. We have a couple of champions returning. We talked about one of them already. 2-year-old champion filly Immersive getting set for her 4-year-old return after a light 3-year-old campaign for Brad Cox this weekend.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
And bid it at $410,000.
There's your winner, $410,000. $400,000.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets. Join analysts Matthew DeSantis and Kaylee Shapiro on the road to the Kentucky Derby and Kentucky Oaks. Get picks and analysis for all the prep races and gain insight into promising contenders on the trail to the Derby and Oaks. That and more on the Naira Bets YouTube channel. The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at BelmontStakes.com.
Anybody else want $650,000 in a day? $1,650,000. $1,600,000. Thank you.
Saturday on America's Day at the Races, don't miss our winning team coverage of Aqueduct's very last Wood Memorial, presented by Resorts World Casino.
They're off in the Wood Memorial, presented by Resorts World Casino.
New York's historic prep race on the road to the Kentucky Derby. One of 5 stakes races on the card, including the Carter, presented by Naira Bets. And the Gazelle is a key prep for the Kentucky Oaks. Action kicks off Saturday, 12:30 Eastern on FS1, with the Wood Memorial 4 Eastern on FS2.
We're back on our Thursday coverage on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races. As we look live at South Ozone Park, New York. And race 5 in the books, Heavenly Light. Jamie Rodriguez, Connections, picture time.
Yes, a big crowd for the chaplaincy in the winner's circle, and a nice win getting it done for trainer Horacio DePaz, Jamie Rodriguez, who's had a sensational winter here.
Was off from March of last year till January 16th this year. Second start back, a win, as we mentioned, claimed, and now wins again back-to-back for different barns.
Nice job by Horacio getting this horse to win off the claim. Not that easy to claim from that barn, but Horacio able to do it. Rossio, one of the better trainers in the game, in my opinion.
Timia, Tahila, and yeah, your favorite at 8-5 can do no better than fourth.
Yeah.
Did not threaten at any point.
I thought she looked like she was going to win around the turn. Just
Really?
came up
Okay.
completely empty in the stretch. Yeah, I thought she was a winner. I was wrong. Wrong
600
before and wrong after.
$622 for that early pick 5. As we move on to race 6. Starter allowance, 7 furlongs, and several contenders,
I think,
in this race, including the 3, I thought, Smile and Say Cheese.
Oh, I agree. She's a contender. Oath of America's way. Oh, America's way, the horse to beat. I mean, I bet her last time. Gets Flavian Pratt. It's a positive rider change. Kind of drifted out a little bit. Flavian ran her down last time, him down. I think he's the horse to beat, but I'm betting the 1 Resilient Hero with Edgar Zayas.
A Resilient Hero from the rail, okay.
I just thought he's been in reasonable form. I like the rider change to Edgar Zayas, and I just thought this horse was worth taking. I think Omerta is the horse to beat, the 7, no question.
More on race 6 when we come back from a timeout. We'll get you back out to Oaklawn as well as their Thursday coverage continues. We're about 5 minutes to post in race 4 from Oaklawn next. Good to have you with us on our Thursday coverage on Fox Sports 2 as we go back to Hot Springs in race 4 at a mile and a 16th in this allowance optional claiming field. The favorite, Pronghorn. Steve Asmussen's son, Eric. And we'll start with Carrie's Kiss, Burl McBride, speed from the rail.
I think Carrie's Kiss is dangerous as the main speed in this race and a very generous price right now at 5-1.
Here's Pronghorn. slight second choice now.
Yeah, nothing against Pronghorn. I think is very logical. I picked the race 2-1-4. I saw the chalks like everybody else. Thought the horse ran well last time, finishing second.
Thea, winner last out, but would need better against this group.
Agreed. You're going to have to hope for an improvement off the claim by Lindsay Schultz.
Here's the current favorite, Floating Beauty.
Yeah, I think this horse is fine. I do prefer the others, the 1 and 2, but I think that she's a major player in this race.
Stylish Lady, big number. Keith Asmussen for Dad.
She's going to have to improve in this race as well. Sloppy track last time.
Vino Tiempo, it's the Tom Vance barn.
You know, I mean, you look at her races, they're not that far off of the favorites, but boy, she has no speed at all.
This one could potentially improve today, our Divina.
She's going to have to improve, in my opinion, on her dirt races, and she also doesn't have much speed.
And 3 Coats. She's got some very good races, and she faced a good one named Corningstone last start.
Yeah, her races out of town. They are Indiana Grand, Horseshoe Indy. We'll see if she can bring those races here. But I think if she does, she's not impossible. But another one that just doesn't have any speed. And I just feel like you have much more horses with the 1, 2, and 4 that are much more forward, especially the 1, who I think is a generous price at 5-1.
Minute to post in the 4th. Let's go to Megan.
I'd agree. This race goes through those exact horses as Andy laid out, the 1, the 2, or the 4. They're all very comparable, though, and it could be any of these fillies to me that are all very similar in their recent form. We'll start, though, with the number 4, Floating Beauty for the Lonnie Briley barn. Unfortunately, we did not see Cole Battle come back in the Oaklawn mile. Hope to see him return hopefully soon here at Oaklawn. But we'll take a look at her two-back performance on February the 7th, where she was way back off of a race last time out, where she was able to take advantage of that pace, albeit floating wide there as a picture, just trying to run down Gold's Delight, who really did have a nice trip, albeit was more toward that faster pace, where Vino Tiempo also comes back into this group, closing there as well. I think that she runs a very similar race each and every time. I think she needs to get a little bit more tactically placed as she was earlier in the meet in that December the 21st race. And to me, she needs to be a little bit more engaged, and that's where her better efforts have come. Now, I also question the distance a bit. She's never won at this mile in a 16th distance, and I wonder with her if this mile in a 16th is what she ultimately wants in the end. She's a little bit more shorter coupled kind. She's a little bit smaller, and she often either has work to do or maybe doesn't finish as well in the final 16th at this distance. So we'll see. She makes sense, but I ultimately went to the number 2, Pronghorn for Steve Asmussen, who I think looked absolutely fantastic. She's actually beautifully bred. The dam, Donna Veloce, was second in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. As we take a look at her March the 7th effort, where she kind of took turns on the pace with Pahoho Dioro, who ultimately got the better of her that day on that wet and sloppy sealed track. And I think she ran great. It was a contentious pace up front. They weren't flying by any means, and Pahoho Dioro was just a well-met horse that was just a bit better than her that day. I think she's going to be a part of the speed equation. We'll see if she can ultimately seal the deal, but I do find I admired Pahoho Dioro and Untamed Moment also coming back out of that race to win right here at Oaklawn. But I agree with Andy. I do believe the number 1, Carrie's Kiss, is going to be your controlling speed. You get 5-1 on her. From the inside, doing so, she has been a little bit vulnerable as the controlling speed in some of her past races, but she looked great. I think she's going to use her typical tactics. Didn't love the visual of her getting closed last time out, Greg, but this could be a more wide open race than maybe the tote appears.
Yeah, it seems like there's several contenders. I would agree with that. You got 2 horses at 2-1, 4-1 on the 8, 5-1 on Carrie's Kiss on the rail. I thought a couple others that were interesting as well.
I like the Wonder Wire of the field. I think 5-1 is a generous price on her as the speed. Not a strong opinion.
Matt Dinnerman, the call. Here's race 4. Starts the Classics, pick 6.
In the light purple. 2 back, Floating Beauty, and 3 Coats. Floating Beauty in, 3 Coats to the outside post. We're ready to go. And they're off. Pronghorn a little bit slow to go and got squeezed a little bit right after the break. Good start from Carrie's Kiss, who's on the lead per usual. Thea right behind in the second. Now Pronghorn takes third, right behind the speed going into the first turn run. Floating Beauty relaxed, going wide as they go into that first turn. Stylish Lady is next, 4 off the pace, 2 clear of 3 Coats with our Divina and Vino Tiempo at the back of the field will attempt to do her best running later. Approaching the backstretch, Carrie's Kiss is clear on the lead, strides a length and a half in front. Now it's a half length. The rider really trying to ration her speed. Louis Q aboard this one here. Carrie's Kiss now starts to quicken the pace once again and opens up a half length. In second position is Thea right there on the outside. Floating Beauty going well in third, and Pronghorn's inside of her now. Stylish Lady racing alone, still 4 from the top, a length and a half clear of Ara Divina with 3 coats, and a gap of 6 to Vino Tiempo as they approach the 4-turn run. It's still Carrie's Kiss on the lead, coasting, went 49-2 for the half. Into the turn she goes. Half length in front still. Thea second, Floating Beauty third, showing a little more rain going into the turn, is quickening pace though, and Pronghorn is right behind the speed, patiently ridden on the fence, 2 1/4 lengths behind with 5/16 to go. Big gap back to the others who really need to pick it up. Top of the stretch, Carrie's Kiss off the turn with the lead. Thea second, Floating Beauty being asked for more, and Pronghorn's got horse. She's getting outside for the final 3/16, finds a path and comes charging to the lead. Pronghorn with a furlong to go. Pronghorn turning on the afterburners. Within a blink of an eye, she's accelerated to a 3-length lead, and it's all Pronghorn. Much the best today in the Kaleem Shah red, white, and blue. It's Pronghorn to get it. Second home, Floating Beauty. Thea third. Carrie's Kiss fourth.
Team Asmussen, Steve with Eric. And Justify Philly wins for the second time in her career.
Good trip. Was much the best here. Getting to an easy victory as the favorite. The one just didn't have it as a speed. Logical for finishing second.
Yeah, winds up as the 9-5 top choice. And helps to ride for this barn.
Yeah.
But yeah, Eric's starting to put together quite a few wins at this meet.
He has improved a lot. He is a much, much better rider than he was in prior years. I think he was significantly worse than his brother when we saw him last year. I think he's really stepped forward. Richie's made note of this more than a few times.
Well, keep in mind, too, how young he is. I mean, he was just starting out as well.
Yeah, no, he's really
made
stepped
big
forward.
strides.
Yeah, he has. I agree.
So Pronghorn with the win. Justify Philly at 9-5 in race 4. We'll have these prices when we come back. Looking forward to a big weekend ahead. We'll talk more about it when we return. 9 minutes to post in race 6 from New York.
City of Light, multiple Grade 1 winner, who posted 7 triple-digit buyers, stands to continue the legacy of his sire, Quality Road, with graded stakes winners, Menti, Chop Chop, and Formidable Man, sire of multiple Grade 1 winner and champion 2-year-old Fierceness.
A powerhouse win.
City of Light, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End Farm.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Some horses are remembered, other horses are passed down like an heirloom. He's the kind of horse that lives in stories, each better than the one before, hardened like a diamond and equally brilliant. He ran 3 straight years at the highest level, and he himself was elite.
Putting on a show in the Preakness. Who's it gonna be? It's gonna be National Treasure.
National Treasure would not be denied. National Treasure wins the Pegasus World Cup. In the blink of an eye has opened up a 5-length advantage. It's a 1-horse race. National Treasure.
There's a brilliance in the way he moved and a tenacity in how he finished. By Quality Road with a wealth of family, and he raced like he knew it. National Treasure, the key to quality.
It's just super exciting.
This is a real immersive experience.
It's the respect from the outside that they get, but along with the way that you feel when you're part of it.
High-class horses, really big races. We want you to be behind the velvet rope.
bar that they set is different than everybody else, and it needs to raise everybody together.
Your job is to show up and have fun. We'll take care of the rest.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage. America's Day at the Races as we're closing in on race 6 in South Ozone Park, New York. The great view of the city from just, what, about 100 steps away from us here?
Yes. Yeah. Nice day in the park, right?
7 furlongs coming up in this one in this New York bred starter allowance. And that's 7, Oath of Omerta, Jenna Antonucci barn. We'll have Flavien Prat in the irons. Let's go back to March 15th. Forwardly placed throughout, wound up second to Easy Roll.
Yeah, lost to a late rider change to Flavien Prat, and now Flavien Prat is riding. So if you can't beat him, join him. And I understand it. I liked this horse a lot last time. I think that he ran a winning race. He just lost a horse that may have gotten a slightly better trip or got it done. You get Flavien, but for me, it's a horse that I bet last time at almost 6-1 and is now going to go off closer to even money today. So for me, it's last time was the time. So while I feel he's the horse to beat, I'm going to try the horse that's finishing third in this race just behind him. And no knock on Delilah Rivera, who's ridden very well at this meet, but I think the switch to Edgar Zayas may help this horse going out for a barn that has been very live recently here. So I bet a Resilient Hero, I think, is a ridiculous price. Somebody obviously
There's
just made a
Zayas
very
getting a leg up.
well. Somebody just made a big bet on the 6 because the 7 went up to 2-1 in here. New York Scrappy's the speed. I don't like this horse at all, but I've been wrong before.
And a Resilient Hero 15-1 from a 6-1 morning line with a couple of scratches.
Somebody must have just bet maybe as much as $10,000 to win on the number 6 in here, which really skewed the odds. I'm going to take a look and see what the pools look like. But yeah, somebody just bet $10,000 to win on the 6. That skewed the board.
Manny Franco for Ilkay Kantramachi, New York Scrappy, the 6.
Not sure what that's about.
Yeah. All right, we start our post parade with the one you like here, Resilient Hero, Jose Jimenez barn, and Zayas from the rail.
I think his race is fast enough, and I like to switch to Zayas.
Coming off a third in a starter N1X New York bred race last start. Here's Smile and Say Cheese with Jorge Vargas Jr.
Yeah, I think this horse has been running very, very well for Eddie DeLauro recently. The last 2 races make this horse a major player in here. 7-2 is, I think, a square price.
Captain Jack Sparrow, 3 starts ago, a winner against soft company.
Probably just has to get a little bit faster, but his form has been okay lately.
Here's the Oath of Omerta. As New York Scrappy went by.
Well, New York Scrappy is the speed. Oath of Omerta is the horse to beat.
And Solo Dancing, big price on the outside.
Yeah, I just feel like is a cut below these horses, but not completely out of it. Has no speed. 6 and 7 should be leading the way around the track. And the 6th is speed, but I think with Flavien and Oath of Omerta, he's going to be right outside of this horse.
Deposit bonus just by playing with Naira Bets. Deposit at least $20 and bet at least $10 on what it said there on the screen. Went way too fast for me. And you get a bonus. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
I actually do like New York Scrappy in here, and the fact that it is 7 furlongs is a-okay for me, because oftentimes when these speed horses, and he does look to be lone speed, though we'll obviously see how much pressure Oath of Omerta does apply here, I feel like they can kind of get in their rhythm, get comfortable, and then they often have something left in the tank, whereas last time he was just under the gun from the get-go. He had to work hard beneath Manny Franco to get to the lead from the inside. Now he's drawn more towards the outside. And ultimately, Mo for the King, who was a heavy favorite that day, got the setup. Now, he did stop badly. I don't like that. But he gets back to a fast track today. And while he won on a muddy steel track 2 back, and he didn't run particularly well on a fast track before that, I'm okay with him getting on a dry racetrack. And he just, honestly, physically, amongst this group, looks best. So I'm going to take the lone speed. As we move on to the inside with Edgar Zayas taking over on Resilient Hero, a horse that I've kind of wanted to try to like, because obviously he'd been in some tough spots and now he's kind of at a level where he can play and play efficiently. My problem is that he's just never gone on. He's never grown from when he began his career in 2024 to now. He looks good though, and like I said, going back 2 weeks ago when we saw Jose Jimenez, I think have 3 or 4 winners within the week. His horses are showing it. I mean, they're really well conditioned. They look resplendent in their coat, considering they have all spent the winter here in New York. So he's getting a really lovely warm up with Edgard aboard, and that's a pretty big price on a horse that I think has a shot here. But Greg, Oath of Omerta looks great, as I think he's going to be favored. You guys will know better. I can't see Will Pace from where I am.
Yeah, we can take a peek. Obviously, as Andy mentioned, that huge bet was made on the 6 New York Scrappy.
The 6 is going to be favored. He's favored in pick 3s and doubles. I'm going to disagree with Maggie. I obviously agree with the notion that speed horses are often better off at 7 furlongs. It's simple stuff. At 6 furlongs, the paces rate to be faster, and very often the paces at 7 furlong races are slower, and a horse can sort of control up front and turn into a 5 furlong race with an advantage. The thing is, Flavien Prat riding Oath of Omerta, who has enough speed to at least sit second, he's going to make sure he's within hailing distance of New York Scrappy. For my money, New York Scrappy's good races are on sloppy tracks, wet tracks. I'm not a fan of this horse. I don't like this horse. He wins, I lose.
Broke his maiden for 50. Maiden 50, 7 furlongs at Aqueduct. And did that lane close throughout. We'll see how much of an advantage Manny Franco can get and how much Pratt tries to keep him company early on, or at least not let him get away, obviously.
I think New York Scrappy's wins are really dressed up by biases, a 4-horse field in the mud, and then a huge bias, speed bias on February 26th. It was obviously atrocious last time, probably down to the inside, not the best place to be, but I'm not a fan. I think he does better running on wet tracks, and I'm not a big believer in that stuff in general, but I think it might be the case with him.
Here's the 3, Smile and Say Cheese stepping in. Jorge Vargas Jr., favorite. The 6, the Speed, New York Scrappy with Manny Franco. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Oath of Omerta. Solo Dancing. Last 2 to load. Oath of Omerta. Solo Dancing. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Speed from New York Scrappy right out to the front and gets an easy lead. It's New York Scrappy who's clear, is up by a length and a half with mild urging. Manny Franco, and New York Scrappy will show the way. Following in second is Oath of Omerta. Comfortable with that positioning, and Solo Dancing moves up towards the outside, and that second group is in third. Challenging them to the inside is Resilient Hero, and in between horses comes Smile and Say Cheese. Far back, the trailer, late running Captain Jack Sparrow. 23.58 for that opening quarter mile. New York Scrappy doing it easily. Mild pressure from Oath of Omerta, and the top duo have now put 6 lengths on the rest of the field. Solo Dancing is trying to run on, is now driven along here from third. Right in behind them comes Smile and Say Cheese. Resilient Hero not keeping up is dropping back, and Captain Jack Sparrow still the trailer. New York Scrappy, 46.74. That half-mile time approaches a quarter mile left to go. And here's New York Scrappy, barely been asked the entire way, now gets the encouragement, and New York Scrappy trying to sprint away from the field. Oath of Omerta still chasing here in the center of the racetrack, and Solo Dancing is in the picture too. Inside this final furlong, New York Scrappy trying to gut it up for a final 16th. Oath of Omerta now pushes on by, and Oath of Omerta will win it. New York Scrappy second, then Solo Dancing, and Smile and Say Cheese. 1 minute 24 and 4.
Pratt's second win on the afternoon. Sitting right behind the early Speed and rolling by New York Scrappy in the stretch.
I'm shocked this horse wasn't favored in this race. Didn't even break that sharply. New York Scrappy was able to get that easy lead and control in the front end. He couldn't get the 6-7 furlongs. The best horse won, with the best rider. Not that Manny did anything wrong. Just
winds up 2-1 second choice.
I'm shocked this horse isn't favored, Greg. I can't believe this horse just paid 2 to 1.
Well, you mentioned, it was that one big bet someone.
Yeah, but this horse, but the 6 was favored in doubles and pick 3s. So I don't know. I'm very surprised, but people love speed. Best horse won. My one was awful.
Easy enough time on the front end, but can't finish. Oath of Omerta picks up the second win in 16 career starts. Jenna Antonucci barn. And Flavian Pratt with a 2-win afternoon.
Yep. Sitting always in good position. 6 ran fine, but just not able to hold this horse off.
7, 6, 8, 3, 2 to 1 second choice here in the 6th at Aqueduct. Pratt again with 2 on this Thursday card. Prices when we come back. We'll set up race 7 when we return. Back with you on our Thursday coverage this summer. Be part of the final Belmont Stakes ever to take place at historic Saratoga Racecourse. Tickets on sale now. Go to belmontStakes.com/tickets and be part of that tremendous entire week of action where the stars really do come out.
Maybe we'll
Belmont and Saratoga.
Maybe we'll get some really good weather this year for the first time. That would be nice.
Fingers crossed.
Yep. For sure.
Looking forward to a sensational summer at Saratoga. Again, as we said earlier, 51 days at Saratoga this summer. A new record, and probably the only time we'll ever get that number.
I would imagine it's the last time we'll have this kind of time in Saratoga. And obviously, we've been, for people who are curious, we moved the 4th of July there last year because it's a big weekend of racing, and it just wasn't doing the business. I mean, I think we did about 4 to 5 times the handle up in Saratoga that we did down here, better fields, better racing. It'll move back to Belmont. Last year, July 4th, was right before the meet was normally going to start, I think around July 10th. This year, it's 2 weeks before, with Labor Day being September 7th. So we're running those 2 weeks, I think 3 days the first week, and then we're running, I think, 3 weeks in a row of 4 days before we go to the 5-day weeks, closing out with a 6-day week into Labor Day.
Look forward to it. I hope you're all there, part of it. If not, we're going to have live coverage all summer long. Don't you worry, on Saratoga Live. Oath of Omerta. Rolling by New York Scrappy, who set the pace. Could not keep up when it mattered late. Jenna Antonucci Barn, Flavian Pratt, Horseology Racing.
Yeah, this was a very logical horse. Flavian always getting that good position going early, getting it done, and position was the key for both of his wins today.
Win number 2, Oath of Omerta, 4-year-old by 1,000 words. And says so long to the speed right here.
Yeah, no, I mean, like I said before, I was surprised the winner wasn't favored, but they liked the speed of New York Scrappy. He was just, I think, a little bit better on a wet track.
And apologies, I cheated Flavian out of a win after that match race in the opener.
You know, you're a bad guy.
Yeah, 3 for him this afternoon. $6.46 for the win. New York Scrappy solo dancing at 23-1, helping that trifecta a little bit as we move on to race 7. 1-turn mile, New York bred, allowance optional claiming field, and Baron of Sealand, Rudy Rodriguez, Ruben Silvera, right now the favorite. Beat by Shadow Dragon last time out, and that one a 2-1 as well, with Pratt looking for number 4.
Yeah, I'm against Shadow Dragon. I thought he had the best of trips. I prefer both Baron of Sealand and Alan Turing out of that race, and I think 3Bs will run better at the mile today than he did at 6 furlongs just the other day.
This race kicks off this cross-country pick 5. You can play it at Naira Bets. Race 7 in New York, 8th as well, and then races 6, 7, 8 from Oaklawn. Good luck to everyone going after it. Again, you can play it from your phone at Naira Bets.
You playing?
Considering.
You've been known.
I did look, even though I won't be on, I did look, put in a bit of time on the late card at
Really?
Oakland.
I only looked at the ones we were on for.
All right, so that is still to come. Good luck, get those bets in. Obviously, we're going to get to it momentarily, too. Big race took place last weekend out in Hot Springs, but still some huge moments to come in the meet, including the Apple Blossom.
Including the return of last year's Horse of the Year.
April 18th. Circle that day on your calendar. Frost Alert kicks off the post parade for this 8,000 claimer.
Yeah, it's just a little tough to take these connections, looking for the win here. A horse that should be sitting a little bit behind the speed.
8-year-old return for New Year's Surprise.
Just coming in from out of town, didn't think he had the races.
Great Compton Barn, second off the claim with Winter's Ghost.
Thought he was one of 5 that I had open in here. Winter's Ghost, a horse who should be a little bit off the pace.
I thought Hot Gunner is going to be really tough.
I thought he was the horse to beat as well, Greg, as he's going to try to go the mile and 16, getting a little bit of class relief.
Here's Ember, John Ortiz Barn.
I thought this horse was interesting at a big price in this race. 20-1 morning line with Manny Escoval taking over and a good rider switch.
Little Steven taking a lot of attention right now.
I don't think he's impossible. He seems like the speed of the speed, but they could be moving up front in this race.
Critical threat being ignored.
Understandably.
Right on, right on. 5-1.
Does this one of those things that Matthew McConaughey patent his phrases or something? They may have to pay some sort of fee.
He should have patented it, right?
Yeah, right.
I don't think he has to. We just know.
I thought I saw something about that the other day.
Hoodlum is 3-1.
I think he's a player in this race. Absolutely. No speed, though.
Jack's Spring Break, big price outside.
Yeah, I think you're more likely to be on spring break drinking if you're betting this horse, but that's just me.
5 minutes away from that 5th race. It starts the late pick 5. Last weekend, big one out in Hot Springs with that Arkansas Derby, and a runaway winner with what we saw from Renegade. What did you take out of his performance?
I mean, I think the good thing to like about him is he was a major contender going into the race for the Derby. And I don't think he did anything to hurt those chances. If anything, he probably solidified his position as one of the horses to beat. It's where speed figures come into play. A lot of people are going to look at this and say, well, he won his prep by 4 lengths, and the horses down in Florida, there were 3 across the racetrack. There were 3 across the racetrack because there may have been 3 of the best horses heading into the Derby this year, along with Renegade, who is absolutely a big player, but I think people get fooled by margin. His margin was big because he was beating up on inferior horses. And he was winning like he should have, and he's a very good horse who's run well in all of his races. I thought there's an argument he ran as well, if not better, than Paladin to Remsen. His return in Tampa was a useful prep. He took a step forward here, and now Todd has to get him to elevate towards the Derby. I can't see why you wouldn't consider him a major player. Personally, I think that the Florida Derby is a much better race, and I would prefer the first finisher out of that race, and maybe even the second runner. But I wouldn't knock somebody for liking Renegade. I guess it's just a question of price. I think that the favorite in this year's Derby, and obviously things can change this weekend with the preps coming up, but I don't know why a favorite in this Derby would be under 4-1. So far, we have not seen any horse that definitively shown himself to be faster than anybody. Renegade is one of the horses that can win the Derby, but if he ends up 3-1 or 7-2, for my money, he's a little bit of a short price, but he certainly can win.
Yeah, I think very small chance. I think we see above 4-1 potentially.
I agree. I mean, in a 20-horse field, I don't think there's any reason. Now, listen, a lot of things can change. This weekend, we've got 3 major preps. And, I've heard people saying, oh, the California horses stink. Okay, right now they're a little bit slower, the top horses, but they're not so far behind that any 1 or 2 horses couldn't take a step forward in the Santa Anita Derby and show their players. I think Doug O'Neill, who's had so much success in the Kentucky Derby, he has a real chance in that race with a horse that almost upset the field almost 70-1 last time, that I think is the horse to beat in the Santa Anita Derby.
Yeah, that
name escapes me. He's the 4-horse. Sorry.
Yeah, Robusta.
Robusta.
I wanted to bring up too. Cherokee Nation finally put it all together for Baffert. Different, shorter distance, has to prove he can go longer.
It felt like
interesting field though.
I felt like he did it by going the front end, right? It felt like that's when he turned his career around. The first time they went the lead, he also had Lasix, which he won't have in there. I'm not his biggest fan. I like the O'Neill horse, and I like the horse on the far outside for Jeff Mullins as well, who's coming out of a different race.
Yeah.
I think Intrepido is very, very dangerous. They were the 2 that I would like.
Second start back of his 3-year-old season.
And a lot of horses, it's time to step forward. Is Reagan's Honor, Cherie DeVos' horse, who ran that big figure on the lead, but not on a speed track at Fairgrounds. Can he step forward in the Bluegrass? He could be a major player in this race. I think that, I guess class president is scratched out of that race. Todd Pletcher did not like the way he was training.
But did say not off the Triple Crown Trail yet.
Yeah, I'm not betting a horse that's got to get faster to win that missed his last prep, and I'll be skeptical to see him return. I hope he gets better for the connections. But, I mean, further ado is okay. And I think that Tampa Bay Derby, we've seen from the way the Puma ran, obviously a better race maybe the Fig suggests, and he ran a huge race at Keeneland. Now, I don't know if that's going to help him in Churchill, but I wouldn't say he's not a player, and I think Iron Honor can show himself to be a major player in this Derby. We're going to learn a lot this weekend as really the big final preps, even with the Lexington waiting in the wings.
Looking forward to it. Yeah, huge weekend. This is as big as it gets with those 100-point races, 3 of them coming up on Saturday, and we'll be on live with coverage of the Wood Memorial to see who leaps up this leaderboard with Commandment, who would you think, I know Renegade's being talked about as favorite, but you think Commandment the deserving favorite at this point?
I do. I think he beat a better field, and I think he's shown the ability to win in races, particularly in the Florida Derby when everything didn't go his way. He was just best, to come from last. Did he win ahead, Bob? Yeah. But if he lost to Bob, I'm not saying he ran a lot better than the Puma. I think the Puma ran very well. I've underestimated the Puma, and he feels like the kind of horse that people may not believe again. And I wouldn't sell him short. He's been very good. He was terrific in the Florida Derby. Off 3 weeks rest, too, Greg.
The horse who beat that big long shot for Doug O'Neill you're talking about, Robusta, Potente, he returns, rematch, obviously, in that Santa Anita Derby. He's back for Baffert.
And listen, he's only run twice for Bob Baffert. He could certainly improve, but at a much shorter price than Robusta. He got an absolutely perfect trip to win last time where Robusta was wide on the pace that kind of fell apart the entire way. I think Robusta is the better bet going out of that race, but obviously Potente could take another step forward.
Number 3
right.
for that horse.
Cost $2.4 million. He's dangerous. And for one, and I know you spent a lot of time in California, I'd love to see them have some good horses going towards the Derby and have a chance. I don't like to hear people maligning California. They're obviously struggling somewhat out there with field size and such. Why would you want to pick on somebody when they're down? And if you don't think California racing is important to the health of race in this country, I believe that you're badly wrong, and there is nothing better than the East Coast-West Coast rivalry, right? I mean, people still argue about Zenyatta and Rachel Alexander. They still argue about Easy Goer and Sunday Silence. That's a good thing, you know? People that are passionate about it, and the California racing fans, I would love to see them have some real players in this year's Derby, and I think there's a chance they just might.
Post time coming up for this fifth here at Oaklawn, 8,000 claiming race, mile in a 16th to 9, 3-1 favorite currently. Hoodlum, Eric Fosterbarn, Christian Torres. Let's go back to March 19th in that third place effort, beat 2 lengths.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's one of the ones to beat. This is a very, very tough race. I would rather bet the 4 at a decent price. He ran okay in this race. I don't really have anything to say that isn't really there. He's one of the winners. But I would prefer the number 4 Hot Gunner, who I think you like as well.
I do.
And once again, I think the 5 Ember is if I was playing this race, which I will say I am not, but if I was, I would try to get the Ember, the number 5, into the exact and try, because I think there's some things to like, and I really like the switch to Manny Escobar.
Totally agree. I was shocked when I looked down and saw his morning line was 20-1.
Yeah, at first I was going through the race. I saw he's 20-1, Robbie, and I went, wait a second. This horse is actually kind of interesting in this race. He's got races that give him a chance to at least get a piece in here. So I think from a gambling standpoint, I would try to get him in there. I had the race open to 3, 4, 5, 6, and 9. I'd try to get the 5 in there somewhere.
All right, post time coming up for this 5th. Incredible. We talked so much about that, performance from Renegade. Just a tremendous showing from the racetrack in the town as well, with everyone who showed up.
Yeah, yes, everybody, Hot Springs is a fun place, and they certainly support their racing, which is always a good thing.
Matt Dinnerman with the call as we get set for the pick 5. Here's the 5th.
Ghost goes into the gate. Critical Threat is loaded. Right on, right on. Hot Gunner. Hoodlum, post position number 9. 2 back, Ember. Jack Spring Break, the outside. We're ready to go. And we're off. From post 3, Winner's Ghost put into play here. Ember, hard sent for the lead, isn't quick enough to get there. Little Steven not far away is taking back, and Frost Alert finds the seam on the rail, comes charging forward. Frost Alert and Winner's Ghost side by side into the first turn. Little Steven behind them will track the pace today. He's running in the 3rd spot. Right on, deep on the course with Critical Threat. Ember to the inside in midfield now. A half length to Jack Spring Break. 2 more to New Year's Surprise and Hoodlum there together. That leaves Hot Gunner to trail the field. 10 lengths from first to last onto the backstretch. It's Kelsey Haar and Frost Alert at 10-1. A 2.5 length lead with 5 furlongs to go. Winner's Ghost back in second as Frost Alert slows the tempo down up top. In third, Little Steven still stalking. Gap of 2. Jack Spring Break. He's between horses. Ember's down at the rail. Right on, who's 3 wide. He's 8 lengths behind with a half mile to go. Then comes New Year's Surprises come under a ride now down on the fence. Hoodlum past him. Critical Threat second to last has lost position, and Hot Gunner has yet to pass a runner as they round the far turn. Frost Alert, 3 furlongs to go, half length in front. Winner's Ghost a lot closer without being asked. Little Steven has come under a hard ride. He's 2 behind now, gap of 2. Jack Spring Break, right on, kicking into gear. He's getting outside within 4 of the lead, and Hoodlum is right behind him, attempting to follow his move. He's under the stick. They're off the turn. Winner's Ghost runs by Frost Alert at the 3/16 and kicks for home. Accelerates to a 2.5 length lead here. Frost Alert second. Then comes Little Steven. Right on, flattening out. Hoodlum alongside. It's Winner's Ghost all alone on the lead for the Greg Compton barn. 2 wins for Abel Cedillo today. Winner's Ghost is run away to an 8 length win in the end. Frost Alert holds second. Little Steven third. Jack Spring Break was fourth.
Winter's Ghost, Greg Compton Barn, able Cedillo the win number 9 for the 7-year-old.
I agreed with you, Greg, that thought he was somewhat of a fringe player, one of the ones that could win. But I think if you were betting the over-under on what a horse would win this race by, it would have been considerably less than the 8 lengths that Matt Dinnerman said this horse won by. He embarrassed this field. He looked like a winner the last 3/8 of a mile and just crushed them. Nobody made up any ground at all. And I believe the one held on for second is the speed. A good ride by Kelsey R going the front.
7-1 on your winner.
He did all second.
And that is going to conclude our coverage.
But look who's waiting
As
in the
the
wing.
stars of Florida and Hot Springs are up next.
Back in town.
Yes.
Acacia lollygagging all winter down in Florida, pretending to work a couple of days. And then Mig just like the toast of Hot Springs. Surprised he was able to leave. I'm surprised they let him leave.
There's talk
roadblock
all over
to
the
let him out,
town.
yeah.
Ron Moquette no longer the unofficial mayor of Hot Springs. It's the Mig. Mig, Acacia, they are coming up next. They have the late double from the Big A, approaching the 5-minute mark to post in race 7. Coverage continues right after this.
First again and again and again. First mission, 4 graded stakes. He made finishing first his mission, and all with big buyers. Now he's a Darley Stallion, and breeders are falling in love with him. Here's fabled horseman John Williams.
First mission is an eyeful. He's beautifully balanced, and I love the way he uses himself as he moves.
Come to see First Mission and tell us your first impression. Consider it your mission.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on NYRA Bets. Open your NYRA Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NYRA Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
The lead belongs to Epic Ride. He is showing them a clean pair of heels.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us as we have the new crew stepping in on the set. And it's been a while since we've been together. Happy to be reunited. Acacia, come on alongside Richard Migliori. You're back from Oaklawn. I'm back from Florida. I'm here to stay, though, but you are not.
No, I will be here the next 3 days, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Home for Easter, obviously, very happy about that. Also home for my grandson Nathan's birthday. But Tuesday I'll be heading back to Arkansas, back to Oaklawn, and I will be back in New York officially for good May 6th.
We look forward to that, but
Yep.
glad you and I get to do the show together today. A nice treat for sure. Is Nathan's birthday party taking place at Aqueduct?
No, it's not taking place at Aqueduct, but it is taking place on Wood Memorial Day, which
Look at
seems kind of appropriate, as I think he's already a racetracker.
Yeah, that would make sense for sure. Race 7 here in New York. Up next at Aqueduct, a mile for New York breds in this allowance. Taking a look at the field here, just one scratch. Rock the Weekend is out. Baron of Sealand, currently the favorite, as he will try to turn the tables on Shadow Dragon, and they'll have a chance to rematch Shadow Dragon. First off the claim for Mike Maselli. Starting to the rail, though, with the 1, Dolly's Bank, stretching back out.
Yeah, Dolly's Bank's just going to have to find a race a bit faster than we've seen recently to be competitive here.
There's your current favorite, Baron of Sealand.
Well, it's just been in really good form. The last 3 races are all good enough to win here.
That was going a mile and an eighth last time out. Gets a slight turn back to the mile. Maybe the difference will make the difference. Distance will make the difference, I should say. 3 is out. There's a long shot. The number 4, Sanzio.
Sanzio comes off of a winning effort when at 34 to 1, so 29 to 1. You're getting a little bit of a shorter price.
A little bit of an underlay today. There is 3 Bs stretching back out for Linda Rice and Jose Lezcano.
Now, if you go 3 back on a track that had a little bit of moisture in it, that race would be good enough to be very competitive here.
Can he run back to that big number? Shadow Dragon beat Baron of Sealand last time out. New barn today.
But I thought he got a perfectly timed ride that day off a slow pace right on top of the pace. 5 wins, 8 seconds.
Out of that same race, here comes the 7, Alan Turing.
Been consistent, has run extremely well. When they switch to the dirt, even though it doesn't have a dirt win, some good races.
And Jackson Heights stretching out.
Jackson Heights, deep closer, comes from downtown when he wins. Does he get enough pace to set up his late run here? That's the question for me.
That is always the question with Jackson Heights, who tends to do his running from the heights. As we say hello to Maggie Wolfendale. Maggie, good to see you. Well, I have not actually gotten a chance to see you in person yet, but good at least to hear your voice and see you on camera.
Exactly. Good to see both of you via TV land. I've had some quality MIG time, it must be said, though. But Acacia, we are so happy to have you back here in the Big Apple. Got a nice cold day for you to come back, but at least you don't have to be out here. My pinky's done that thing where I can't feel it anymore because it is quite chilly out here. But we'll start with my selection, which will be number 5, 3 Bs for Linda Rice. Getting back out to a mile, I think is just ultimately ideal. He's a horse that isn't the biggest type, but he kind of fits that 7/8 to 1 turn mile prototype when you're talking about horses physically. Last time going the 6, he was just totally out sprinted. What's Up Bro, who would ultimately finish second that day, was setting the pace, and it was a fast one at that. He just got run off his feet, and he just never picked up. He stayed glued to the rail back on March 27th and back on February 11th. You wanted to be glued to the rail, but he was not, however, so therefore that led to a poor performance that day. 3 back? Well, that race would likely make him one of the horses to beat in here if he can run it. So I do like what I'm seeing from him physically. He's gotten a nice aggressive warm-up from Jose Lezcano. So I think with the stretch back out in distance, Jose not wanting to let them get too far away from him early, as we'll move on to a horse that I know he only has the 2 wins and 12 starts, but how cool is number 7, Alan Turing? Doesn't matter if he's sprinting, going long, turf, dirt, he just shows up. And, you know, going a mile and an eighth over the muddy sealed racetrack last time, he didn't have the greatest of trips. I wouldn't have liked him going that far, per se, on this surface, but yet he still showed up. He was wide in the 3 to 4 path the entire way around there from the start, and that was coming off a little bit of a layoff. So he does look fit, he looks strong, he just looks healthy and happy. And for me, that's usually relatable to a horse that shows up in the races. And boy, Acacia, does he ever show up. He might not win every one of them, but he's always right there no matter what he's doing.
You have to appreciate how consistent he is. Maggie, thank you. Alan Turing, she's right. Given surface distance, whatever it is, he tends to run similar types of figures on both surfaces and a multitude of distances as well, usually with a solid effort, and I don't know if he's ever been the favorite.
No, it is kind of interesting, too. And, you know, obviously they gave him a chance on the dirt heading into winter. Turf season's over. And he was beating a nose to Russian Realm when he just took the lead to get kind of gunned down late. So they said, okay, well, he's shown that he can dirt. Let's continue with him through the winter. And Gallagher Stud has been breeding good horses in the state of New York forever. Marlene Brody does such a nice job with her horses.
Alan Turing, the half-brother to Maximova, multiple graded stakes place. She wanted to go long on turf, but this guy can handle just about anything. Favorite continues to be, though, the number 2, Baron of Sealand. Again, looking to turn the table on Shadow Dragon. Do you feel like the cutback from a mile and an eighth to the mile is the real difference maker for your favorite?
Well, I think it definitely benefits the 2 Baron of Sealand. And the fact of the matter is that Shadow Dragon just got to attend a very slow pace last time, and he was the one who I thought worked out the perfect trip.
Loading in for race 7 at the Big A. Let's send it up to Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. Slow beginning. Baron of Sealand broke last. Already 4 lengths the trailer. Dolly's Bank. Right to the front, it's Dolly's Bank who's well clear. Alan Turing is in second. Right to the outside of them is Shadow Dragon in third. Rushing up now, Baron of Sealand is trying to catch that leading pack as 3Bs is now taken fourth, and they come out of the shoot and hook over the backstretch. Sunzio's right there in the orange cap in fifth. Rail skimming ride Baron of Sealand has caught up to the group, is now second to last, and the trailer, Jackson Heights, tightly bunched, 23.75 for that opening quarter mile. Dolly's Bank is in front. Alan Turing within ahead of the leader. 3 wide still is Shadow Dragon. 3Bs in between horses. Now bottled up is in the 4th position, tightly at the rail. Baron of Sealand, not the easiest of journeys, is moving up now, though, is now challenging in the 4th spot. Towards the back end, Sanzio with Jackson Heights. 47.19, the half-mile time. Alan Turing can wait no more, and Alan Turing is now put a half length in front. Back to second is Dolly's Bank, but ready to pounce is Shadow Dragon. Flavien Prat, 3 on the day, looking for 4 as the leader has backed out of it. Some traffic in behind, but Alan Turing still with that head advantage. Alan Turing to the inside. Shadow Dragon ready to pounce again on the outside, and these 2 at the top of the stretch. Alan Turing's got more. Shadow Dragon did not push on by yet. From the back, 3Bs is trying to rally on a furlong left to go. Alan Turing is up by a length and a half. Alan Turing almost up by 2. Now a final 16th. 3Bs is now challenging. Might run up into second. Alan Turing, a quick double on the day. Alan Turing will win it. Photo there, 3Bs with Shadow Dragon and Baron of Sealand. Finished 4th at 1 minute 36.72 seconds.
We talked about how consistent he is, and today he gets to find his way to the winner's circle. Alan Turing giving Pat Quick 2 on the afternoon.
And just an absolutely perfect trip. The 1-horse Dolly's Bank showed good speed after the 2 Baron of Sealand broke slowly. And he was just always in the perfect spot to get first run and hold off Shadow Dragon, and then 3Bs came on late.
Fighting to the end there in that shadow roll, number 7, Alan Turing, holding off the late rally from Shadow Dragon, who looked like he might be able to do it again. Shadow Dragon just never really able to kind of kick on there in the stretch and pass that leader.
Now, doesn't it look like when Shadow Dragon can kind of take a horse quickly, he can take them, but when it gets some resistance, almost like he pins his ears and kind of hangs with them a little bit. And Alan Turing was not going to just give it up. I mean, he was going to fight for it, and Manny Franco is such a strong finisher.
And the race did change a bit at the beginning, at least for your favorite, the 2 Baron of Sealand. Very slow, awkward out of the gate, last early, and then, Richie, he ends up kind of rushing up into the race. I always find that that really makes things tough for a horse, having to kind of press on the gas early and then take a hold.
Well, it's a point in the race where they're still fresh, they're still going fast. You know, you got left, you got to sit, just play the hand dealt, and when they come back to you is when you move, not going after them when the race is still fast. But Alan Turing got the perfect trip, just sitting there in the right spot. And one thing about Marlene Brody's horses, Gallagher Stud, they don't lack stamina. If they're involved, they're going to keep coming at you.
That's for sure. It's a very good point. 7-5, 6-2, 7-2. Slight upset there. Alan Turing picks up the 3rd win of his career. Only horse out of this race was the 6 Shadow Dragon, who was claimed. So he's been popular at the claim box now 3 races in a row, where he'll be going to a new barn.
When horses popular at the claim box is usually because something about them is attractive to trainers. I like to see that. I think it's a vote of confidence.
Over to Oaklawn Park, fun maiden special weight coming up next, going 6 furlongs for the 3-year-old fillies. Favorite right now is to the inside, Lake Louise, 2nd-time starter, Fort Mark Cassie, who had an outside post, was forwardly placed. I thought ran a valiant second that she should be able to improve off of today.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a really nice effort last time and got a good, strong buyer figure. Empath came back. She was kind of the pace setter in the fantasy, but she did come back in the fantasy.
2-1 right now on the board as we head over Megan Burgess getting a good look at these fillies in the paddock. What are you seeing, Megan?
So good to see you and hear your voice, Acacia. Mig, I do miss my dance partner, by the way. But we'll start with your favorite, the number 1, Lake Louise, who I got to see, of course, here on debut. And she is a big, sizey, rangy daughter of Curlin, who does sport a unique piece of equipment. She is still remains in that Houghton bit that she wore on debut. And she is cantankerous, to say the least. She's very sharp in the paddock. I will say she's doing a little bit better than she did last time out, where she kind of lost it a bit. And I honestly was surprised she ran so well, because she really was just losing it as a debuter last time out. But she's kind of gotten a little bit better. And as far as that equipment is concerned, just when speaking with the assistant, Caden Arthur, it's kind of to just keep her engaged and keep that power steering as maybe a stronger bit, with a little bit more control for Francisco Arrieta, who climbs aboard. I really like what I see from her. She looks fitter for the task than she was last time out, and now gets a way more advantageous post, at least from a ground saving perspective, which she did not get to do last time out. But the number 6, Feminism, is a first Steve Asmussen, with a light work tab, but comes out of a very strong 58-4 there at Houston, where she's absolutely gorgeous. I understand why they're just going to go ahead and enter her in this race. She went for $975,000 as a 2-year-old, breezing 10 flat. She has been the consummate professional, and while she is a daughter of Curlin out of a Tappet Dam, she doesn't have the longest leg to her. She's not all that sizable, I would say, but man, does she look like an athlete. She's beautifully put together. She was actually a $200,000 to a $975,000 pinhook, and she looks every bit as far as athletically ready to go for this debut. But Acacia, we've got a lot to sort through. I think this is going to be a key race of maiden fillies that we'll build off of in the future.
Yeah, some big pedigrees to look at for sure, Megan. Thank you. Feminism, you don't normally see a just shy of $1 million at OBS June. Often that's some of the later developing horses, or maybe ones that didn't sell earlier in the year, and you see them kind of come into that later sale. So she must have really turned some heads as a 2-year-old.
Absolutely must have impressed. What impresses me is that 58-4 out of the gate, because Steve Asmussen's not a trainer that's looking for fast works.
Alan Turing finds the winner's circle back in New York, though, and it's been a good afternoon for Pat Quick, who's standing by with Maggie.
I'm very pleased to be joined by the 2 men of, well, the day here, Pat Quick and Mallory Mort of Gallagher Stud. And guys, a double on the day. But I want to talk about Alan Turing. I was lamenting before the race how cool of a horse he is. It doesn't matter what he's doing, he just shows up.
He does. He shows up. He looks great. He walked out to the van like who he is, you know. He just thought who he was, you know. It was like automatic. It was automatic.
He's so happy, so proud of himself. And Mallory, talk a little bit about breeding a horse like Alan Turing. Obviously, you know, has a decent pedigree, for sure. Did you think he was going to be this good on the dirt too?
Well, on the dirt, well, we didn't know about that. But really from his, after he came off the turf here this year, or last year, he's run very well, and obviously just gotten better. So yeah, it's been great. And you know, Mrs. Brody, you know, she's liked this guy since he was this tall, you know, and right off the bat she said, I'm going to keep him and race him. I really like him. So it's great. And you know, he's related also to the filly Hello Beauty that won today as well, same family. So it's great. And Pat's just done a terrific job with both of them, and so we're very happy. Very happy.
Pat, you're gonna slip Mallory that 20, right? If you're getting that.
I gave him a couple of elbows here. I don't use this 220 pounds for nothing, you know.
Well, guys, epic day. Congratulations. Definitely, it has to mean so much when it's kind of like a home team celebration too.
Great. Yeah, it sure is. It's been a few years since we've won 2 in a row, or you know, 2 in a day here. So it's great.
And I've never won 2 in a row. I won the 9th and the 1st before, but never two in the same day. So
you still obviously have time for that.
So many years left. It's like
you do, Pat. You're the fountain of youth. Well, congratulations, guy.
Yeah.
On a super day.
Yeah, thanks, Maggie May.
All right, all about Alan Turing today. And like I said, a homebred horse, Acacia. That's just so cool.
Shows up every single time. What a special day for the team and everyone involved. Like Maggie said, for a homebred, I feel like that it always adds an extra special layer to Richie. When you've been involved from the very beginning, before the horse was even born, you know, choosing the matings, bringing the mare along, having horses from the same family win on the same card. It's big for a breeding program, and New York bred at that.
Absolutely, and they've been doing it so well, like at Gallagher Stud for so many years. A beautiful farm up in Columbia County, New York, and yeah, just like you said, it's always great winning, Acacia, but when you're involved with every part of that production, planning on where to send the mare, what stallion, raising the foal right there, basically in your backyard at Gallagher Stud, coming up with a name, and so on and so forth, it's got to be twice as satisfying.
$9 winner in race 7, Alan Turing getting the victory there in the 7th at Aqueduct. Back over to Oaklawn Park. We mentioned some nice pedigrees, some big purchase prices for these fillies in the 6th. Maiden special weight coming up next as we will get ready to meet the field. Kicking off with the 1 Lake Louise. Richie, with the pedigree, you and I were commenting, curious that she's sprinting again, but given what Megan said about her demeanor, kind of makes sense.
Yeah, no doubt. And her first run was really good, finished well. Certainly a major player.
Bird of Prey, first-time starter for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, not taking a lot of money. We look at the board to try to help us in these situations.
Cut back in distance for Warrior Sophie.
Yeah, after showing good speed going longer, but her first race was better closing, so I would expect different tactics.
Here is the 4 Muskoka Cat.
Ran well first time as well, and a muddy track needs to improve a little.
Feminism acting up a little bit there on track.
Yeah, a little bit on the toes there, but what about that 58 and 4 work? We'll get back to that.
There is the 7 Magic Woman, another first-time starter.
Taking a bit of money, too, at 8-1, getting some nibbles.
Little tipsy off of a layoff since September.
Yeah, but improved a little bit from first to second start and needs to take another step forward, but could.
And number 9, Blondie's in Charge. I like that name.
I like that name as well. I also think that she is very, very live at 9-1. I thought she got a little bit revved up early on, kind of pulled her rider up into the race, maybe with that race under her belt, outside post, settled just a little bit more, might have a little bit more to finish with.
Second-time starter for Lindsay Schultz to the outside. More on this fun maiden special weight from Oaklawn Park. When we come back, stay with us on America's Day at the Races. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us. Soon enough, those trees will be blooming over at Oaklawn Park. I feel it coming, Richie.
No doubt. And then our iPads on set will be covered with
the pollen. That's my worst nightmare. Horses on the track for this 6th race, 3-2 on the second-time starter, Lake Louise, who will try to build off of that debut race for Mark Casse. Showed an outside post that day. She has the rail today. Given that she has an energetic demeanor, her size, maybe some of the antics that Megan had kind of touched on, and that she wears a cage bit, what are some of the things that Francisco Arrieta needs to think about with the break with her?
Just especially from the rail, just getting away as clean as possible. You obviously don't want to rush her off her feet, but you don't want to give everybody a head start leaving that little chute at Oaklawn Park.
She's actually an Ontario bred as well, as here is her debut race back in March. Always tough with an outside post. She swings wide there, chasing, and actually does run on to be second behind Empath, who, as you mentioned, would go on to Tri-Graded Stakes Company in her next start.
Yeah, also trained by Mark Casse. Mark Casse, an incredible meet there this year at a high percentage. But you saw right there, it was a clear illustration of how wide she was, and she was pretty wide the entirety of the turn. She never really got an opportunity to tuck in and be less than 4 or 5 wide throughout the entirety of that turn.
Well, another horse that finished second on debut is the number 4, Muskoka Cat. What is she showing you, Megan?
I like this filly, Acacia, as she did some good things on debut last time out for the Jordan Blair barn, and she really looks like a typical Vekoma. She's short, compact, and she looks quick. But last time out, she was shuffled back in that debut. And I say this, she tracked off the pace. She was last from the rail. She made up good ground, now getting to a fast track today. That day, it was more sealed surface. She wore a hood and blinker, and you can kind of tell in Matt Dinnerman's call, it said she had given way, which she did look like she was weakening. But all of a sudden, she came back with a very nice, good rally late, and she galloped out in front of the winner that day. So I really liked that she did some running on debut. Jordan Blair, not typically known for those firsters, still looking for the first win of the meet, but she impressed me. I think you're going to get a very fair price up there at 9-1. Her second dam was a grade 1 winner. She's got some pedigree despite her modest purchase price, and I think she did, as I mentioned, some good things on debut that I can appreciate. But the number 2, the other first-time starter for the Asmussen barn, second dam was a stakes winner on grass. Actually does have some grass underneath, and the sire Charlatan has been effective with turf sprinters, but this horse looks like she wants the dirt and also looks like one that probably will need the start. Now, I think it's important when you look at her last work, it's a slow time. Keith was aboard her that day, and it was all maintenance. You have to appreciate the fact that she shipped from Houston, Louisiana, and now here, all before shipping in. So I don't think it's taken anything out of her, and she looked like she will probably need the start, but I do appreciate what she showed me. But I'm landing on that first-time starter, the number 6, Feminism, who really woke up. I loved the way she warmed up, as she was very just lax in the paddock, a true professional, and really sharpened up with the pony. Hopefully she'll be able to put in a good debut here for a Red Hot Barn.
Some big pedigree, some big barns coming up in this 6th race. Maiden special weight for the 3-year-old fillies at Oaklawn. Matt Dinnerman standing by with the call.
Into the outside post, Blondie's in charge. Blondie's in charge. Coming up. We're ready to go. And we're off. Slow break from Magic Woman, who drops to the back of the pack. Warrior Sophie close with Feminism. Muskoka Cat between that pair. And here's Bird of Prey rushing forward. Bird of Prey, narrow lead on Muskoka Cat, who runs in second. Feminism deep and farther out. Blondie's in charge, is parked 4 wide. Pretty speedy today alongside of the Pace Brigade. Lake Louise right off the leading quartet in a good spot, getting off the fence with Warrior Sophie, who's parked outside of her. Length and a half back to Little Tipsy, second to last. Magic Woman well behind as they round the far turn here. Feminism nose in front now. Muskoka Cat second. Blondie's in charge. 3 wide right there, rounding the far turn. Feminism short lead on Blondie's in charge with 5/16 to go. Muskoka Cat backing out in third. Lake Louise pumped upon 5 from the lead. Really needs to pick it up at the top of the stretch. Feminism leads the way. Blondie's in charge alongside these two together with 3/16 to go. Feminism, Blondie's in charge side by side for the final furlong. Inside Feminism hanging tough. Blondie's in charge right there on the outside. Feminism turning away. Blondie's in charge in the final 16th. Feminism strides out, opens up 2, and runs away from her company late. Nice win here by Feminism on debut. Blondie's in charge second. Little Tipsy third. Magic Woman fourth.
Feminism delivers on debut for Steve Asmussen. Curlin Philly gets the job done off of that very sharp gate work coming in.
Yeah, Steve Asmussen, the conditioner, is not a trainer that wants fast works from his horses in the morning. So when you see a 58, a sub-59 half mile out of the gate, you know that she did this because she wanted to do it and was aggressive about it. Daughter of Carlin, again, showed good speed here. Eric Asmussen has put together such a good meet, and Acacia, he has been riding in such good form throughout the entirety of the meet. His confidence level is through the roof, and a nice-looking first-time starter with a pedigree that says she's going to appreciate going further. A decent effort by your runner-up. Blondie's in charge, just second best on the day, but no doubt about the winner. Feminism over Blondie's in charge.
How about that? Let's bet the names. Or you could just follow Megan. Megan had the winner, Feminism on top. Richie liked the number 9, Blondie's in charge, so got the exact there. As we will have more live racing coming for you after this, the Thursday finale from the Big A. Up next on our agenda, horses in the paddock for race 8. There's I'm Kidding on the dropping class for Rudy Rodriguez. More on her and the rest of the field after this.
$1,600,000 $1,600,000 bid today, $1,600,000 bid now $650,000 $1,650,000 anybody else want $650,000 bid today, $1,650,000 $1,600,000. Thank you.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Gunrunner is the sire of 16 millionaires and 12 Grade 1 winners. Last year, he sired $17 million yearlings, including the Keeneland September sale topper. He was the sire of the $2.2 million Keeneland November weanling sale topper as well. Gunrunner was the co-leading sire of 2-year-old Grade 1 winners, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Super Corridora. Gunrunner, breed true.
Oaklawn Hot Springs is here for when you need to break away. When you want to reward yourself. When you deserve to indulge. When you want to be close to the action. It's all here. So what are you waiting for? Live racing returns with the classic racing season. So plan your stay at Oaklawn Hot Springs and come join the fun.
New to McMahon Thoroughbreds for 2026, champion Uncle Mo's undefeated 2-year-old, Showcase, named a TDN Rising Star on debut and winner of the Grade 2 Saratoga Special.
Showcase is awaiting racing room, trying to get out of there, and Showcase gets out for a crack at first resort. Showcase lengthens his stride. He bounds home with plenty left. Showcase ultra impressive in the Saratoga Special.
Showcase, standing for $5,000 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. One more race to go at Aqueduct. 6 furlong sprint for the nightcap. Fillies and Mares in the spotlight. 30,000 non-winners of 2. Favoritism is now ticked over to the rail as, what a surprise, Flavien Prat aboard your current favorite, St. Bridget's Cross. He's looking for 4 on the day.
Flavien chose to ride here this winter. He's making the most of the opportunities he gets here, and then flying all over the country the rest of the time.
He's gotten a lot of frequent flyer miles, that's for sure. There's the 2 Doppio Espresso.
I think take an appropriate drop to the $30,000 level after breaking her maiden for 50.
Rare Society gets a drop in class.
Well, Barry Schwartz with Linda Rice won the first race, a match race with El Grande O, trying to close out the day with a win with Rare Society on the drop down in class.
Big layoff for the number 4 Oklahoma Smoke, first start since December 2024.
Yeah, long layoff there, but very professional on her debut, showed good speed. Will she be able to do it again off that long layoff?
Here is a Parks Invader, at least coming back to New York, the number 5 Mo Attitude.
I thought she was a little bit interesting. Has some races sprinkled throughout her form that would be competitive here.
7-1 right now. There's the number 6 I'm Kidding, getting a drop in class.
Yeah, the New York bred drop in class, and I think plays out to be the controlling speed here.
We'll try to control things in the nightcap. Ruben Silvera aboard. There's the 7 Saucy 6.
Yeah, more of a closer. I don't think going to get the kind of pace would need to be beneficial here.
Trying to turn things around at a big price. And the number 8, Twirling Lulu, dropping back down to the level that she ran 2 back.
Has shown really good speed on turf. Not as much speed on dirt, but she'll be forward and should be well placed from the start.
You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Sign up today and get up to a $200 deposit match bonus using promo code MATCH200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at NairaBets.com. Oklahoma Smoke, kind of the wild card of this race, Maggie, off that big layoff. What do you see from her?
Well, considering the long layoff, Acacia, I do like what I see, but you can understand treading with caution when it comes to Oklahoma Smoke because, obviously the layoff speaks for itself, and it's not like she has the most consistent work tab, and it's not like you can blame weather because she's been preparing for this start back down in Florida with Jorge Abreu's string there. So that probably does explain why she looks so well turned out, in that she is strong, she is well muscled, she has definitely a bright, happy disposition to her, and indicating that she should be fairly quick again. But she also has to deal with the speed of number 6, I'm Kidding, in here, which doesn't really aid her chances considering she's drawn to the inside of her. Also, you have to call into question the field that she beat first time out. It's not very good, or at least in hindsight, and it kind of bore out the figure that she was able to win with. So she does get Lasix here. That should help, and I do think they're being realistic with this condition that they're bringing her back in. Like I said, at face value, she does look exceptionally well with that long layoff in mind. I'm going to land, though, on number 3, Rare Society, who looks to give Linda Rice and Barry Schwartz kind of bookend wins of this card, and she is dropping in class for the first time. I think Linda just being realistic with her, getting back to her maiden score. That definitely makes her a player in this spot. And while she isn't the biggest daughter essential banker, she has filled out. She has put on that muscle mass and conditioning you like to see. And she just looked like a filly that was ready to get back in action here. She was very aggressive down in the paddock in what should be a very logical spot for her. I would hope that she doesn't, drop out of it kind of like she did in her last start. Number 2, Doppio Espresso, much like the current 5-2 favorite, is a younger 3-year-old filly taking on some older company for the first time. Hey, they have to do it at some point during the year. But with Doppio Espresso, it's very evident that she is younger. She is small, but I give her some extra credit points for her win last time, although she was mostly with the racetrack, Acacia. She was very game when she was kind of pushed down by the rival to her outside and bumped around, and she, asserted herself between horses. She was showing some tenacity, but again, taking on this older company might be a little bit of a tall task. Then again, She's 14 to 1.
Big race on the board, Maggie. Thank you. Appreciate one that will fight. We'll see what she does facing winners and older for the first time. Where did you land up, Richie?
I wound up on the 5, Mo Attitude, and she is 1 for 15. I just thought she had some races that were interesting here, and I thought she might be sitting close enough proximity to that pace to be effective.
Nightcap from the Big A coming up next as we load in. Chris Griffin has the call for the finale.
And they're off. I'm Kidding. Hard Scent wants to be on the front end, has a head advantage, has to work to get there. It's I'm Kidding right there with Twirling Lulu is now back in second. At the rail, St. Bridget's Cross is progressing from third, and in fourth, here comes Rare Society. Back there in fifth. Trying to move forward is Oklahoma Smoke, and at the rail moving forward there is Doppio Espresso. Mo Attitude is towards the tail end of the field with the trailer Saucy 6. Zip through that opening quarter, 22.31 for that opening quarter mile. I'm Kidding up by 3/4 of a length. No turning back now. I'm Kidding on the front end. Twirling Lulu still giving chase. Right there in third. Rare Society is trying to cut into the margin. St. Bridget's Cross not traveling, just being eased out of the race there. Just eased out. Wasn't feeling it today as they reach the top of the stretch. I'm Kidding, trying to sprint away from the field. Twirling Lulu right to the outside. Rare Society is in the mix and diving down towards the inside. Mo Attitude's rallying on, and with a rush, Mo Attitude is flying at the rail. I'm Kidding's in front. Mo Attitude just passing rivals with ease. Mo Attitude wins the finale. Mo Attitude wins it over I'm Kidding, who will hold second. Rare Society, a late run from Saucy 6 in 1 minute 11 and 4.
Mo Attitude coming up the rail to get the win. Nice call, Richie. 7 to 1.
Even a blind squirrel finds an acorn now and then. The 5 Mo Attitude just got a really nice trip and ride. Pace was, fast enough for this level of horse, and Jorge Vargas just so adeptly kind of angled her back down to the inside. There was plenty of room as she rallied up the inside, and now she is 2 for 16. But a nice win here for Eddie Coletti and Jorge Vargas, who hadn't ridden much here this year if at all, gets it done.
And first win on the year, in fact, too, for Eddie Coletti. So good to see him get that one. Mo Attitude getting the right kind of trip. I'm Kidding, who set the pace. Drifting off the rail. She's quick, and it kind of opened things up and kind of a gift wrap trip for Vargas to come up the inside there.
Yeah, I mean, that was like easy pass. When you look up as a rider, you got a horse that's running, you're gaining on people, but wow, I've got all this empty space in front of me. I don't have to make many decisions. And you see it a lot, like Ruben Silvera on I'm Kidding. He has the challenge from the 8 Twirling Lulu. It's a jockey's kind of natural, feeling or thought to go out to that challenge, and then that just opened up the inside for the eventual winner. Mo Attitude got it done. Real nice trip, though.
5, 6, 3, 7 in race 8, 7 to 1 winner. Mo Attitude getting the victory up the rail for the win. I'm Kidding. Pace setter checks in second. Prices and more when we come back.
As we continue to celebrate the Big A, we turn our attention to the race that for generations has defined springtime here at Aqueduct, the Wood Memorial. First run in 1925, the Wood Memorial was named for Eugene D. Wood, president of Jamaica Racecourse, where the race was originally held. When Jamaica closed in 1959, the Wood found a new home here at Aqueduct, where it has served as New York's premier race towards the Triple Crown ever since. Run at 1 1/8 miles, the Wood Memorial has consistently highlighted the sport's rising 3-year-olds. In fact, 11 Wood winners have gone on to capture the Kentucky Derby, including champions like Seattle Slew and Foolish Pleasure.
Past the 70-yard mark, and it's Seattle Slew in front.
Through the decades, the Wood has showcased racing royalty. Hall of Famers like Damascus, Slew of Gold, and Easy Goer have all stamped their greatness here on the road to stardom.
Easy Goer has the lead.
And sometimes, the Wood delivers performances for the ages. In 2005, Bellamy Road produced one of the most dominant efforts in Aqueduct history.
And this is a dazzling performance by a dazzling 3-year-old Bellamy Road. He's turning the Wood Memorial into an absolute runaway.
The Wood Memorial has shaped the sport for nearly a century. And before Aqueduct takes its final bow, this historic race will be run here one last time, adding to the remarkable legacy of the Wood Memorial at the Big A. We all have such fond memories here at Aqueduct and the Wood Memorial, the marquee race in the spring here in New York on New York's road to the Triple Crown. The Wood Memorial coming up this weekend, and it came up a big salty field at that too, Richie. Definitely a fitting farewell to the Big A with this year's Wood.
I agree, and just have a big field for the last Wood to be run here at Aqueduct. Such an integral part of the racing calendar heading to the Derby. And at one time, they would run the Swift Stakes at 6. 2 weeks later, the Bayshore at 7. 2 weeks later, the Gotham at 1 mile. 2 weeks later, the Wood Memorial 1 1/8 miles, and then the Derby 2 weeks after that. That's when horses had a lot of durability. And for me personally, I would come here with my father as a little kid and go right to the 3rd floor, and I could tell you every horse, trainer, owner, jockey that ever won the Wood Memorial. And then there I was, 20 years old, winning the Wood Memorial. And it dawned on me as I was coming into the winner's circle on Eternal Prince, George Steinbrenner, the owner of the Yankees, owned Eternal Prince, and Brian Hurst. And it dawned on me, Keisha, I'm going to be on that wall. And I actually got very emotional because I wasn't that far removed from that little kid that studied that wall, and then, wow, I'm going to be a part of, a small sentence in the history of that race.
Yeah, just amazing. Like you say, the history, what's taken place here, the horses that have run in that great piece. You get a chance to look back on some of the stars that have added their names to that wall as we look forward to this year's rendition. It is our America's Best Racing Race of the Week. The Grade 2 Wood Memorial, 1 1/8 miles, 100 Kentucky Derby points on the line. Already announced Otinho will be going to the Bluegrass instead, so he will scratch. That does help his stablemate a little bit. Iron Honor, the winner of the Gotham, who drew all the way to the outside, will now break from post 12.
Yeah, listen, he's perfect. He's 2 for 2. He's run fast in both his starts. To win the Gotham in the second start years ago would have been unheard of. In this day and age, horses are campaign different, and you've got to like his determination here. He's giving away a lot in experience in his second start, going right to a Grade 3, but you can't deny his ability. I like how resolute he is, Acacia, but boy, that post does not do him any favors. Even if we get another scratch or two, and he's post 10 or 11 as opposed to 12, which he is right now, not a very long run to that first turn here at Aqueduct. There's some speed. He does have speed, so maybe he helps create his own trip. But I think at best he could hope to be 3-4 wide into that first turn with some speed inside of him.
Manny Franco going to have his work cut out for him. Iron Honor going the 1 1/8 miles, 2 turns, short into the first run, as you mentioned. Chad Brown saying that he's not built like a quick early sprint type. His class just kind of overcoming that on debut. And I remember looking at him before the Gotham, and I said, wow, he is a really big, imposing horse. He doesn't look like a sprinter. He looks like he's one that should get better with distance. It's really, I think, just going to be about the trip this weekend.
Yeah, working out the trip. And, interesting interestingly enough, even though he doesn't look like that from a physical perspective, he is a horse that has natural speed. He puts himself in the game. So maybe Manny's got to hope he breaks sharp, look over, and see if he can get forward position and clear a bunch of these horses. The last thing you want to happen is to be hung outside of horses that are slower than you. They're just hampering your trip then.
Another horse with some natural speed draws the rail. Napoleon Solo was scratched out of the Arkansas Derby, rerouted, given an extra week, coming here to the Wood Memorial. I think we're all just really hoping we do get to see him run. He is coming in, not having worked since mid-March, but he is incredibly talented if he can run back to this Grade 1 Champagne, which was a dazzling performance, Richie.
I think dazzling is the perfect word to use for it. It was dazzling. He has speed. He has the inside. He's got to use that speed to get forward position. You also get Paco Lopez named. My questions are that Fountain of Youth to me was just a poor effort. Now, they said, well, he was a little bit short. He didn't run like a horse that was just short. He gave it up way too soon to me. And too quickly, and then the spotty work tab since. I would have liked to have seen some work between that sharp gate work on March 19th, and now doesn't it seem like you're not coming into the race maybe with the preparation you would expect?
Some questions to answer for sure. We know he has it in there, having won here at this track in the Champagne back in October. So interesting to see what he can do. Talk to me, Jimmy, though, by design, skipping the Gotham, waiting for the Wood Memorial as distance does seem to be his friend. He wired the field at a big price in the Withers in dominant fashion, just dragging Ruben Silvera to the lead.
Yeah, I mean, and Ruben didn't really send him. He took Ruben there. Ruben was actually looking to rate off a horse, and Talk to Me Jimmy was like, no, I'm not having none of this. I'm going to go on. And now with the scratch of Atenho, am I saying that properly?
Otinho.
Otinho. He is the only horse in the race to actually win at the 1 1/8 distance. So
Yeah,
you know
good point.
he's already proven at the distance, and he stays on. Now he feels like he's going to have to take another step forward, but these are young horses. Why can't he?
Certainly. Won the Withers. He has the proven record at the distance. He also has the early speed as he broke his maiden against the York Breds back in November, came back and took them gate to wire in the Withers last time out. So it is fun. You get to see the Withers winner, the Gotham winner go up against one another. You've got the Champagne winner, and we didn't even mention Bob Baffert, who's sending butane as well after he's been knocking at the door at some different Derby preps around the country.
Yeah, it feels like Bob's group of 3-year-olds maybe a cut below than what we come to expect from the Bob Baffert barn, and it feels like he's just trying to figure out how he can get them to the Derby points-wise and where they'll fit. So we get butane here, and gotta say it, will butane be ready to light it up?
I see what you did there. Of course, Bob Baffert shipped in to win last year with Rodriguez in the Wood Memorial. Will be a fun one, that's for sure, coming up on Saturday. Back to today, the finale in the books. Richie's top pick, Mo Attitude, gets the win, dropping back down in class. Jorge Vargas up for Eddie Coletti.
This 5-year-old mare came with that grinding, resolute run, but it was the angling back to the rail. He came out around the 2-horse and then ducked right back to the fence. So you're getting to save all of that ground. And, you know, when I'm kidding is drifting a bit to meet the challenge of Twirling Lulu, just leaves all that empty space down on the inside. And from a rider's perspective, Acacia, you're just like, wow, I can't believe my good fortune here.
Definitely licking his chops sitting back there as the rail opened up. Mo Attitude, 5-year-old mare, getting the second victory of her career. $17 winner. Again, a nice pick, 5-6-3 in the nightcap in New York. Carryover as well in the pick 6. How about that? 17,000 plus into Friday.
And let's hope maybe we get another carryover.
Yeah.
2-day carryover into Wood Memorial Day, which is just a great card.
Here's the cross-country Pick 5 follow-along. Some generous prices throughout as well. Yet to have a favorite in the sequence. Alan Turing, Feminism, and now Mo Attitude. 2 races to go in the sequence over at Oaklawn. Should be a nice return if things continue as they are. Race 7, Oaklawn Park, coming up next. 22,000 non-winners of 3 in life, going 6 furlongs.
Right now, it is the number 3, Colonel Caliente, who's currently the favorite, meeting the rest of the field, though, starting off with the 1, Dr. Soulfire.
Kind of interesting that this horse was avoided claim back in October for 10 and shows up here for 22. Steve Asmussen, 41 wins to be leading trainer last year. He's already got 46 or more, actually, 47.
Here's Crew Dragon looking for the first win in a long time.
Yeah, he's going to have to turn it around in a big way. David Cohen gets him out.
Colonel Caliente, first off a claim for Ray Ashford.
Can lay up close. I think that's the key if this horse can get forward position.
Number 4, Copper Echo, second last out.
Another one that wants to be forward when he does his best running. When he gets out-footed too much early, he doesn't look like he is as enthusiastic.
5 is out. There's a long shot. Number 6, Speechless.
Speechless? Well, I wouldn't have a lot to say if this one gets up.
7 is out. There's the number 8, Bavaria Road, and the number 9, Nat Gas.
Yeah, I would have to go back to that effort back in September in Delaware, but the last 2 races at Oaklawn leave more than a bit to be desired.
Well, that's the field for race 7, 3-1 to the rail on the number 1, Dr. Soulfire. Megan, an interesting horse, back-to-back voided claims, now stepping up in class into this spot.
Yeah, Keisha, not really a pivot you see, as Richie had pointed out, very often from Steve Asmussen, but this race to me I think is the perfect pivot, particularly because the 8-5 morning line favorite Ben Franklin is no longer in this spot, so it really opens it up. And I just find the current 75 favorite is a very untrustworthy sort, albeit does look fantastic. But the inside runner, Dr. Soulfire, does come off of the layoff and looks good doing it. I mean, very kind of that burly, robust, round in his hindquarters, very typical sprinter, short-bodied and shipped in from down in Louisiana, where this horse has a foundation of works. Now, if you go back through his form back last year, he really put some races together that could very well win this spot. Now, albeit it is a jump up in class, I think it's the right field, as I mentioned, with those scratches. And I will say, last time out, or excuse me, 2 back, that better race before he got a little bit of a break, drifted into the lane. He was a disqualification that day, so we'll keep an eye on him. But now that he draws the inside, hopefully won't have to maybe deal with that as much from that probably advantageous position with his quirk. So the only thing he's going to have to negotiate, though, is getting out, as he is off of the pace from that inside position. But the number 3, Colonel Caliente, as I mentioned, I just didn't want to accept a short price on this horse, albeit he did run to a 2-length victory last time out on a sealed surface, and now doesn't get that today. But first off the claim, Ray Ashford Jr. is very strong, as we do take a look at his last performance, where he tracked the pace. He very much the perfect trip that day, and then was able to just draw clear effectively. But the barn is very strong. First off the claim, the past 5 years at Oaklawn Park, 33%, albeit just 6 in that small sample size with those 2 wins. He looks incredibly fit. I honestly thought he looks best in this field, as he did break off of the pony in the preliminaries. I find he'll show his speedy ways once again, as he will have to likely get up on the pace with the likes of the number 4, Copper Echo, who's also taking some money, or excuse me, not taking as much money as I initially thought this horse would, from that 4-1 morning line. And last time out wasn't favored and just pressed the pace. It was contentious, and then he faded that day. I think this horse's gig is getting back to the 6 furlongs for the Lane Johnston barn, still looking for that first meet or first win of the meet, and find that probably not the most reliable type here at Oaklawn. Does have a win doing so. He's another one that's just an out-and-out sprinter. I think he's better for it. I last saw him there January the 3rd, and I thought he really needed probably to get a little bit more fitness into him, and I do think that he's still the same similar burly, robust individual that I saw back in January. So to me, hasn't taken a whole step forward, but could just be him as an individual. But I thought this race was a little bit more wide open past your favorite, currently Acacia, as we have an over $52,000 carryover if you are still alive in the lucrative Classics Pick 6.
Yeah, definitely good luck to those playing if you are still alive in the sequence. Megan, thank you. Colonel Caliente, still the favorite. First off the claim, trying to make it 2 in a row. And I know that this is, Richie, a condition claiming race, non-winners of 3 races in a lifetime. So you see horses that have all won 2. However, this horse just won the non-winners of 2 condition last time out, is now stepping up in class,
though it's a comparable kind of price tag to what he's been running against. But stepping up to the non-winners of 3 condition. For horses around these kind of claiming levels, how pivotal are those conditions as they move through them?
Well, it took this horse several tries to get through that non-winners of 2 in a life condition. So to anticipate or expect this horse to come right back and run through the non-winners of 3 in a life condition, maybe not the most realistic, approach to this. Horses like this, at that price, I'm going to let them beat me. I like the one, Dr. Soulfire. I like the positive hike in class. Steve Asmussen's just hitting on all cylinders. Eric's riding so well for him. I think Crew Dragon makes a lot of sense getting David Cohen. And the 4, Copper Echo. Colonel Caliente, will you surprise me if he wins? No. Do I want him at 3-2 or 7-5 now? No.
Yeah, you'd have to take a short price on your favorite. We'll see if this is the day that he gets back to the winner's circle for the 3rd win of his career. They go in for race 7, Oaklawn Park. Here's Matt Dinnerman.
We're ready to go. And we're off. An eventful beginning for all the runners. Colonel Caliente taking to the back of the pack after that beginning here. Copper Echo to the front at 1. Speechless alongside. These two just a neck apart down the backstretch run. Crew Dragon, Bavaria Road, Dr. Soulfire, and Nat Gas. Those 4 across the track. 2.5 or 3 behind the front runners and a gap of another 2 to Colonel Caliente at the back of the field. Half mile to go. Copper Echo neck in front still, and Speechless is hounding from the outside going into the forward turn. They've opened up 2 on Crew Dragon in 3rd. Nat Gas shown more rain alongside. Big gap of 4 now to Bavaria Road and Dr. Soulfire, who's lost some position. Colonel Caliente, the 3-5 favorites, still last as they approach the quarter pole. Copper Echo, narrow lead. Speechless still there. And these two come off the turn together. Copper Echo asks for more on the inside. Speechless begins to lose contact with that one. Nat Gas starting to struggle a bit. Dr. Soulfire trying to reel in Copper Echo. Here comes Dr. Soulfire down the center of the track. Copper Echo finding more on the lead. Dr. Soulfire alongside Copper Echo and Dr. Soulfire. Nose and nose. It's Dr. Soulfire out finishing Copper Echo. 3 wins for Eric Asmussen. Dr. Soulfire does it. Second home, Copper Echo. Then Nat Gas, photo for 4th.
Dr. Soulfire off the bench gets the victory. Richie and Megan all over that one. Went off at 5-1, Richie. Wow.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised there. I mean, this horse broke sharp. Eric Asmussen's riding so confidently. He allowed him to settle into his hands. He dropped back. He angled out midway of the far turn. And I said to you about 5/16 pole coming to the quarter pole, man, the 1 is loaded. He's running. And he didn't set him fully down until he turned into the stretch after he made the turn. And the 4, Copper Echo, very, very game. He fights when he's up on the pace, and just very, very confident placement by Steve Asmussen kind of pointed this horse out to me.
And in last in the Blue Silks right now is your favorite, number 3, Colonel Caliente. Things were kind of over at the start for him, though. He broke awkwardly, and he just never looked comfortable early on, not to mention he just had too much to do.
Too much to do. He kind of bumbled the break, and that he had to steady a little bit. And I think he was out of position, but it's such a difficult thing to do, to get through that non-winners of 2 in a life condition and to come right back and win the non-winners of 3 in a life condition. It doesn't usually happen.
3 wins on the day, though, for Eric Asmussen. Quite an afternoon for him. Winning for his dad, I'm sure, always special, but not easy to win multiple races on an afternoon.
No, not at all. But I've really watched Eric come into his own physically and mentally. Riders have to ride for a long period of time to get the kind of muscle memory they need to look strong on every horse. And I'm watching Eric this year, and he's really kind of come into that full-fledged journeyman kind of fitness. And then the confidence level has gotten to a place where he comes out of the paddock and he's got a certain amount of swagger, and he's got a plan. I mean, it's just been fun to watch that evolution.
And I think it's cool, being on this side and watching you watch young riders and kind of seeing that development and seeing the growth, because it's not only physical but also mental.
Oh, absolutely. You know, it's such a balance. And for every rider, there's a window where they're at their best physically, usually before they're beat up and have to deal with injuries. And then mentally, where you're the perfect balance of experience and physicality. And I'm seeing that right now with Eric. He's in that window of his prime.
Making all the right decisions. 3-win day for Eric Asmussen. Gets a 5-1 shot home in race 7. Dr. Soulfire with the win. Prices and more live racing when we come back after this.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 two-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to NYRA.com/EMPTRI.
And it's lights out. Locked. Pouring it on. Running aggressively through the stretch to win by 7 easy lengths.
Here is Locked. Locked racing by on the outside for the lead. Locked, the wine steward. It is Locked.
Here comes Locked after Mulligan. Locked catching with every single stride, and Locked will win the Cigar Mile.
It's all about Locked, dominating the big cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started today. I love these downtown Hot Springs shots. Makes you feel like you're there.
Right down the street from the Gangster Museum. I popped my head in there one day. I just want to see if any family members were in there.
Just see if there are any distant relations. It really is a very charming downtown area to walk through. There's great shops and restaurants over there as well. Dr. Soulfire into the winner's circle. Asmussen family all over this one. Owned and trained by Steve. Ridden to victory by Eric for his 3rd win today.
His 3rd win today. 33rd win of the meet. His dad, Steve, leading trainer. Now his 48th win of the meet. Last year he was leading trainer at the end of the meet with 41. So he's still got about 4 weeks to well eclipse that 41 because he's already up to 48.
Doing pretty strong so far. 5-1 winner, Dr. Soulfire off the layoff, confident placing. Gets to the winner's circle today, able to run down Copper Echo, who was a horse that was kind of right there as well. Did make some sense. Generous prices for those two. Matt Gass checking in 3rd, $12.80 winner in race number 7. That will add to the intrigue with the cross-country pick 5. Yet another price in the sequence. Yet to have a favorite or anything close to it with just 1 race to go.
No, and then what's one thing about Oaklawn Park, in case I've noticed, being down there, The exactas come back very, very generous. And Dr. Soulfire, again, when you see Steve Asmussen have a runner, last time he was in for 10,000, right? And it was just an okay effort. Now he comes off a layoff and he's in for 20. That led me to believe, wow, they like the way this horse is doing, because Steve is very aggressive about how he places his horses. That's why he's the leading trainer all time in North America.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see Steve on one card with a $5,000 claimer and a grade 1.
It's amazing.
All
to
about
me,
the action.
the most well-balanced barn in North America, right? Because like you said, he can have 5 claimer in at Sam Houston, and he can have the grade 1 winner of the Dubai World Cup in the same day.
Absolutely. Definitely horses of all kinds over in that shed row. Horses of all kinds, though, we're going to see a good one coming up this weekend. But first, we'll take a look at the field for race 8. Allowance optional claiming 3-year-old fillies going 6 furlongs. Scratch the 5 and 6, Little Miss Curlin. A horse that has been very effective against Louisiana-bred company, winning 4 in a row. She finished 4th behind French Fiction last time out in the Dixie Belle.
Yeah, and I just think, obviously a much tougher race. Also, slop for the first time. She didn't look the most comfortable to me. I was down in the paddock. I actually spoke with her trainer, Pat Devereaux, and I could tell he was a little unsure how she was going to handle that off-going, and ultimately the tougher competition, the off-going might have been on her doing, and she's taken all the money here as your favorite with that drop in class.
Have Faith was second that day. She's currently 5-2 as well, as we'll get a chance to see both those fillies coming out of the Dixie Belle. It's a good one coming up in the 8th, and a good one coming up this weekend here in New York. Not only the Wood Memorial, but plenty of other stakes to look forward to, including the 5-year-old debut of the one and only Bookham Dano, coming back in the Carter on Saturday after he was named Eclipse Award Champion Sprinter for 2025.
and a firm success is taken over. It's a firm success in front as they come to the 8th pole. Rusty Spur is now back second. On the outside, here's Zealous is third. Farther back, Snow Ridge had to take up. Voodoo's there on the outside, and say Florida Sandy. They're coming down to the finish, and it is 8-year-old A Firm Success still getting it done. A Firm Success wins by a diminishing length.
What an absolute warrior. Affirmed Success was winning the 2002 Carter with the one and only Richard Migliori aboard, 17 for 42 lifetime.
He was such an honest horse. He showed up every time. Didn't matter turf, dirt. He was better a mile or under. He was getting a little bit late here at 8 years old to win a Grade 1. Credit to Rick Schosberg. What an incredible job he did with this horse. You can see I was a little bit pumped up because I had never won a Carter. And Carter was a race that, you know, when I came around as a kid, one of the most important sprint races of the year. That and the Vosburg, you know, went a long way to saying who would be champion sprinter. And to have a horse do that at 8 years old, getting back to Rick Schosberg. Also for me, I didn't think I rode him particularly well in his prep race for the Carter or right before the toboggan. And he was beaten. And I kind of felt like it was all my fault, and I told Rick that. And a lot of times owner or trainer, they'll take a rider off, but I was honest about it. They showed me so much confidence by keeping me on the horse, and then to deliver with a Grade 1 victory made it even more special, because a lot of times you would have got fired, you know. And again, listen, I rode a bad race, but you got to be able to, as a jockey, to be able to see that and say that to connections, because then they also know if you recognize what you did wrong, you'll learn from it. And if you're a rider worth your salt, you won't make the same mistake twice.
Very cool horse. Won that 2002 Carter, would come back as a 9-year-old, win an allowance and win the toboggan as well. Just racking up those victories. Very, very cool. Always love looking back at the Affirmed Success. Now here's a look at this year's Carter for Saturday. There are several horses in here who are cross-entered, so we'll see what kind of field we do end up with, but we will get a chance to see the champ returning, Bookham Dano, champion sprinter, an incredibly cool and consistent horse as well, as we saw him winning the Forgo. He's been ultra talented. They skipped the Breeders' Cup with him, still rewarded with an Eclipse Award though, Richie, and good to see him coming back now as a 5-year-old.
Yeah, he just built up too strong a resume to be denied last year, despite the fact that he didn't go on to the Breeders' Cup 4 for 5, a couple of Grade 1s to, you know, accentuate the company he was keeping. He's just such a cool individual, son of Bucaro, who stands up, not far from Saratoga. Welcome addition to the New York Stallion roster, and always great when you see a champion returning, and maybe we'll see this guy for a few more years as he's a gelding.
Yeah, the little New Jersey bred that could, so to speak. 10 for 16 in his career, and he has some goat friends outside his stall as well.
You know, they are good for horses. Some of them really love a goat as company. Goats give me the willies a little bit. I'm not the biggest fan of goats.
That's fair, yeah.
Give you that look, that side eye.
Some of them are good, like if you have a stall walker, sometimes having a little company, a little goat, you know, can help kind of keep them calm, but...
If it's good for the horses, I'm all for it. Although I've seen goats put in with some racehorses, and they come out of there pretty quick. Out of the stall.
Absolutely. Bookham Dano, looking forward to seeing him back and seeing the long-awaited return of Rated by Merit as well. Horse that came back off of a 13-month layoff, won the Discovery in dominant fashion in his first start for Chad Brown, and then was supposed to go to the Cigar Mile. Did not end up doing so. He has been firing away down at Payson Park, though. I've seen him training down there, though, Richie. He is a quirky type, though. You see how he runs with his head. He always tends to drift. That is how he has been his entire career.
Yeah, but he's undefeated, and he's run fast every single time, and he has natural speed, and yeah, I mean, he doesn't look like the most comfortable ride because of his head carriage and his placement, but when they're going fast, as a rider, you overlook a lot of that.
Just stay out of their way. I remember I interviewed Manny Franco after that race, and he said, oh yeah, I watched his replays. I was prepared for it. I knew what was coming, and he did exactly the right thing. Just kind of let him float when needed to and asked him to go, and he went fast early and fast late. So very curious to see what he does coming back. And interesting, he comes back cutting back in distance a little bit as well. Obviously, as a 2-year-old down in Florida, was very effective when sprinting.
Yeah, I don't think that'll be the issue because even going the mile last time in that Discovery, I mean, 22-4, 45-3, that's pretty much the kind of pace they're going to have going on here in the Carter. And he looks to me to play out, particularly with the anticipated scratches of the speed of the speed.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, he's a horse that shows you he can continue.
Kind of makes things exciting to see him and Bookham Dano going head-to-head. You would often anticipate to see that kind of matchup maybe a little bit later on in the year, but fun we get to see it here on Wood Memorial Day. Here's a look at the stakes to look forward to on Saturday. The Carter presented by Naira Betts along with the Excelsior Distaff Gazelle, and of course Wood Memorial presented by Resorts World Iron Honor. Drawn to the outside, we'll try to navigate a trip for the 3-year-olds in the Wood Memorial going that mile and an eighth. Not an easy thing to do with that quick run into the first turn. Horses in the paddock for the feature over at Oaklawn, though. A good one sprinting for this 3-year-old filly's allowance in the eighth. We'll talk more about it after this on America's Day at the Races.
You bet with Naira Betts. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Betts app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Betts app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Betts.
As a multiple Grade 1 winner, Liam's Map has taken that success to stud. A proven sire from the sales ring to the winner's circle. With hundreds of six-figure yearling sales and multiple Grade 1 winners on dirt and turf, including recent Grade 1 winners Burnham Square, Deterministic, and Napoleon Solo. Liam's Map, standing at Lane's End.
She's so spicy. She won it by 4 lengths on the wire. Side by side and stride for stride. Who's it going to be? My Soldier Citizen Bull. Bear has it close to home from Brussels. Cybear's a Breeders' Cup winner.
And Skippy's got it won! It's an upset in Pegasus 10.
$1,600,000 $1,600,000 bid today, $1,600,000 bid now $650,000 $1,650,000 anybody else want $650,000 bid today, $1,650,000 $1,600,000. Thank you.
Gratefully and Saratoga Special, nose and nose for the wire. Gratefully Saratoga Special, gratefully would not be denied.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
KR Rules. Last to load, K Brancho. They're at the post. They're off. KR Rules wins the break, goes to the front. Honor the Cat is asked for speed by Glenn Corbett from the inside, so no easy lead for KR Rules as these two speed away. Decadillon broke sharply and will sit third. Then comes K Brancho, and the early trailer is Drive Train. So the two of them now speed away, and it's a match race to the backstretch, and they are going fast. Honor the Cat inside, KR Rules outside, and these two have opened up 8 lengths on the next two, which are K Brancho and Decadillon. Another 5 back to Drive Train as they hit up the backstretch. KR Rules and Honor the Cat. Trading punches, KR Rules and Kevin Krieger now a neck in front. Honor the Cat is second, still by about 7 lengths to Decadillon, who races in third, just inside of K Broncho, and then a long way back, 15 lengths to Drive Train. They leave the back stretch, and the battle up front continues, and third and fourth place are catching up to the top 2. So KR Rules is the leader. It's a neck in front of Honor the Cat in second. They are now 2.5 clear of K Broncho and Decadillon, both in with good chances with softened up front runners. Then it's 6 back to the trailer Drive Train. KR Rules is the leader. Decadillon has moved up into second, and he's on the move. Honor the Cat drops back to third. K Broncho's under a heavy right-handed hit, and they run to the top of the stretch, and Decadillon comes calling for the lead. KR Rules is battling on bravely. He's a half length behind Decadillon, race riding him to the wire, and now KR Rules will check and come to the outside, but Decadillon is clear, and he's got it. Decadillon, KR Rules, and a Drive Train, Decadillon in front. Decadillon won by 2.5. Drive Train got second. KR Rules third. Close for fourth.
Number 3, Decadillon won the third race over at Turf Paradise. That was going a mile. Non-winners of 3 in life gets the victory for trainer Scott Tubbs. We'll have another race from Turf Paradise in a few moments. But first, we head back over to the feature at Oaklawn Park. Horses stepping out onto the track. Allowance coming up here. You've got several horses coming out of stakes. It's a fun one. You've got some quality with these fillies.
I think it's a really solid race. A couple of interesting factors here with the 1, Copper Wind, turning back in distance. And look at the company line she's kept. Counting Stars, Sticker Shock, a little different here.
Yeah, 1-for-1 sprinting as well. She won going 6 furlongs on debut at Fairgrounds. There's your favorite, Little Miss Curlin.
Undefeated sprinting until last time. Undefeated sprinting, excuse me, on a fast track. Last time in the slop was defeated.
Have Faith was second in that Dixie Belle.
Closing type. Would like to see things heat up on the front end.
Brienne's pretty impressive by open lengths on debut.
Was very impressive. Danny Pish, not noted for winning with his firster. She was quite ready.
Here's Spa Prospector now in the Ken and LaRose barn.
First day starting horses, and this filly drops out of the Tempted, back sprinting in Allowance Company.
And layoff for number 8, Let's Shake It Sugar.
Get Walter Dela Cruz, a rider that's consistently aggressive, and she has some speed. Expect her to be forward.
Speaking of, Ken and LaRose, trainer of the 7 Spa Prospector. Big day for him. He's standing by with Megan.
Indeed, it is, Acacia. Coronation Day, as today is the first day of, I guess, getting out of high school, you could say. Now, with the horses named in Ken and LaRose's name, a name you'll be hearing quite a lot as you transition from assistant and now trainer with Tom Amos handing you the reins. What has this process been like and meant to you?
Yeah, it means the world. It's a heck of an opportunity, and you know, Tom has been so grateful to me and all of his owners that he's had for a long time. Have been so supportive of the transition, and you know, I just couldn't be happy to be where I'm at, and super grateful for the opportunity.
Can you speak to his mentorship and what you've been able to glean from him over the years?
Oh, for sure. I mean, just a super knowledgeable guy, you know, in all aspects of this game and in life, and you know, to have him in my corner means the world to me.
Indeed, as classy as they come, Tom, but talk a little bit about Spa Prospector, now getting a little bit of a freshening and cutting back in distance.
Yeah, no, she's doing well. She's trained well for us off the layoff. You know, we'll see where we're standing today, but, you know, hoping for a good performance and something to build off of.
Best of luck heading to Kentucky immediately now, huh?
Yeah, hitting the road tonight and get back to Kentucky for Keeneland tomorrow.
Congratulations on everything, Kitten.
Appreciate it, Meg. Thank you.
Acacia?
Not exactly a quiet, easy way to start off your training career, Megan. Thank you. Right into Keeneland Spring, kicking off tomorrow. Had a little bit of a dry run with a couple of runners today. This is his second runner for Ken and LaRose, but third, but second, right? One of them scratched?
So one of them scratched,
yes, yeah. So second runner today. But, of course, learning next to Tom Amos. And, you know, you see so many young individuals who have worked as assistants and going on to take the reins. They're often doing a lot of the same things. It's just there's a lot more pressure now on your shoulders.
Well, yeah, and as an assistant, you can get immersed with your horses. You're in the barn, you're in the stalls, you're basically doing all of the groundwork. But now, as a head trainer, not only you have to be involved with that, you also have to be on the phone with owners and talk about placement and be on the phone with the racing secretary about what races may or may not go, or if you need a race for a horse, and on and on and on. It just adds so many other layers of responsibility.
There is certainly a big shift, that's for sure. But he's put in the work and the preparation. Of course, we're wishing Kenan all of the best with the transition. as we have a 4-5 favorite in race 8 coming up here, Little Miss Curlin. We'll take a look at her race in the Louisiana Futurity 2 starts back, where she won in dominant fashion. She was undefeated against Louisiana breds and on a fast track, and ended up going off the favorite in that Dixie Belle. You pointing out, though, which I think is a really good point about the wet track last time out and how she should appreciate getting back onto a fast track today.
Yeah, she just never looked happy to me. She kind of ears pinning and just didn't look like she was really enjoying the going that much. She gets Jareth Bloodberry back, who's 3 for 3 on her, and she's dominant here. I mean, if she can run this race back, obviously they're all going to have to run to catch her, but I found a couple of other runners a bit interesting.
4-5, though. Little Miss Curlin, Megan, can she get back to the winner's circle today?
I believe she can, as I did go ahead with her, and albeit I've been picking some prices today, and it's been kind of a slower track. But the number 2, Little Miss Curlin, obviously gets back to the fast track, but also gets Lasix back, which to me is very much key as well. It's not like she necessarily just completely stopped like a horse that needed it, but at the same time, I think it'll be very well to her benefit, as she was able to race with Lasix in those restricted races in Louisiana, had to obviously take it off in Stakes Foes last time out and gets it back. I thought she looked fantastic the last time I saw her. Again, looks absolutely fantastic, resplendent in her coat. She's actually got a very strong pedigree considering her Louisiana bred status. A damn grade 2 winner, My Lady Curlin, who did so routing on the dirt, but she certainly looks the picturesque of a sprinter. She's compact, a ball of muscle, very well made, and just very kudos to the connections, because I do find they've done a really good job with her as far as moving her along. And of course, she gets back to where she belongs on a fast track. But I'm going to touch on a little bit the number 3, Have Faith, who also comes out of that Dixie Belle and looks fantastic. She just is very typical Dallas Stewart. His horses are healthy, they are well conditioned, they're just muscular and well made, and she's no exception. She was sharp in the paddock, she looked fantastic. Honestly, she made up the most ground of absolutely anyone last time out on that sealed track. She gets back to the fast going, which she's won on before, and I think she's going to be able to sit in a really good tactical type position off of the speeds, because I do find, despite the scratch of the 6 Evolution, there should be a good tempo signed on, and I think you're getting a very fair price with her up there at 3-1. But the 7 Spa Prospector, I love getting the cut back in distance. She's a tiny thing, and honestly, a half sister to that grade 2 winning sprinter Praying. I think she's right where she belongs. She looked fit, she looks better for the task. She's been training down at the fairground, so I haven't been able to see her until today, and she looks great and fit. But last time out, my hope with her is she was keen, she was fighting Jose Lezcano and wasn't traveling comfortably, so hopefully we can get back to seeing some of that front running speed.
Apologies for some of those technical difficulties there, but Megan's saying some good things about Spa Prospector, and Richie, we kind of had a similar feeling to that she would appreciate the cutback, but quickly you landed on the 1.
Yeah, Copper Wind, also the cutback, 1-for-1 sprinting. He's been facing much better going further. I think he get back to what she wants to do in that sprint.
Really good allowance coming up here at Oaklawn. Little Miss Curlin, the favorite out of Stakes Company. Here's Matt Dinnerman.
Copper Wind broke inwards, but very swiftly today. Let's Shake It Sugar up on the pace as well. Let's Shake It Sugar to the lead. Copper Wind right up alongside down the back stretch. Spa Prospector right behind. And Little Miss Curlin, the Louisiana bred stakes winner between horses. 4 runners across the track, a gap of 3. Brienne's right behind them in 5th. Have Faith to the inside as they go towards the far turn run. On the lead, Spa Prospector into that turn, takes command and gets to the rail, accelerates to a half-length lead. Then comes Let's Shake It Sugar there on the outside second. In third is Little Miss Curlin getting a breather, trying to come on again. Copper Wind to the inside. Brienne's is 3 wide, nickeled along a little bit, but gaining ground nicely. Brienne's at the quarter pole. Spa Prospector still a narrow lead. Let's Shake It Sugar. Brienne's deep as they come off the turn. Spa Prospector goes for home. Let's Shake It Sugar alongside here. Little Miss Curlin ducking to the inside for a rally. She's coming on now down on the fence. Little Miss Curlin coming on strongly down the inside, and outside is Have Faith from towards the back, but Little Miss Curlin with a kick opens up. Little Miss Curlin to the winner's circle, beating Open Company today. Have Faith second, Brienne's third, Spa Prospector fourth.
Little Miss Carlin, the class prevailing. She gets back to the winner's circle, appreciating the fast track once again today.
Fast track and a really nice ride by Jareth Loveberry. He was in behind horses, was patient, waited for his spot. We saw Jareth finish second in the Kentucky Derby a few years ago with a beautiful ride. Yeah, 2 fills. Could not ride a horse much better than he rode 2 fills, and say the same here with Little Miss Carlin, who really, when she got her gap, she pinned her ears and kicked on for home because the 3 Have Faith ran on well. Just second best here to Little Miss Carlin, a very logical result.
Yeah, flattering that Dixie Belle. Those 2 coming out of that race last time out. They run 1-2 in here, but Little Miss Carlin stalking spot and being able to kick away there in the stretch, gets back to the winner's circle, a place that she is well familiar with for sure. I like this overhead shot. So she's right there in the middle of horses, and you can see how tight things kind of get as you try to wait and muscle yourself out until that rail opens up.
Yeah, then when the horse on the lead wound up drifting, it just gave him that beautiful spot, but he was so patient in there. It's not the most comfortable place to be when you have a lot of horse, because there's a thought, am I going to get out of here? Am I going to find a gap? And usually it happens, but happens so sometimes you're not patient enough and you try to force something. Jareth Loveberry, obviously a very good rider, very patient, had a lot of confidence in Little Miss Carlin.
She's got her ears up, coming on the way back to the winner's circle. Very proud of herself, as she should be. 4-5 shot gets the win there. 2, 3, 4, 7 in race 8. Little Miss Carlin with the victory. The winner's circle, a place she knows quite well. Prices and more after this quick timeout. Stay with us. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Love that overhead shot, kind of the shot you can see from your hotel room if you stay at Oaklawn there.
Yeah, beautiful hotel to stay at, and obviously the walk to work isn't bad either.
This Winner's Circle lead-in is brought to you by Fasig Tipton Digital, North America's #1 digital platform for thoroughbreds. Learn more about our auction schedule at digital.fasigtipton.com. Let's get digital. Little Miss Curlin with the win. Megan standing by with her connections.
Little Miss Curlin gets the victory, joined by, as you mentioned, the team behind her, and to my left, Pat Devereaux. Wow, what a filly. Louisiana Breds now a winner against open foes.
Well, she ran well enough that she played her way in, and we tried her against Tougher last time. It didn't work out too well, but maybe we're back on track again. We'll see how she comes back and where it goes from there.
What have you learned about her through just reeling off these wins against Louisiana Breds and now kind of moving her forward in this way?
I've learned that it doesn't take a great trainer to train her. She's so generous, and her works. She gives you everything you think she wants, and she's just a lovely filly.
Congrats here.
Thanks.
And Jareth Loveberry making the 10-hour drive to get to us at Oaklawn for his filly, who you've developed quite the relationship with. Talk me through what went through your head through that ride, kind of having to get through the gap, and you really looked confident there.
Yeah, Pat's done a marvelous job with this filly, and watching her last race and just knowing her from riding her so many times at fairgrounds, just get a good sharp break with her and let the pace dictate where she's going to be after that. They wanted to move a little early with speed, and I'm like, she's so smart. I just handled her nicely, taking her back, and she split horses. She's very professional.
Well done.
Thank you.
Acacia, classy filly, also joined by Jareth's babies, and what a day here for Team Little Miss Curlin.
I'd say it was worth the drive. Megan, thank you. Definitely classy, and she showed it today. And that's what you do as a jockey, right, Richie? You follow the good horses.
Oh, absolutely, and she's certainly worth every minute of that drive. I mean, look at the way she kicks on here when you got after her a little bit with the left-handed crop. She shifted ground a little, but she found a bit more, and she was going to need it because Have Faith from the Dallas Stewart barn was closing well. Just could not get to the favorite, Little Miss Curlin, who was decidedly best.
$3.60 winner in race 8. Good allowance there. Picking up the victory. That wraps up our cross-country pick 5, and the only fave in the sequence was Little Miss Curlin.
Yeah, so she topped off that sequence as your favorite. A couple of anxious moments waiting for room, but not for Jareth Loveberry. He knew what he had underneath him and said, well, when the gap presents itself, I've got the horse to take advantage of it.
Yeah, amen to that. We turn the page, get ready for race number 9. Arkansas Breds in the spotlight, non-winners of 3 going 6 furlongs, and King Peanut right now is the favorite, the number 4 now in the Rob Atras barn, a horse that's been kind of knocking at the door recently, second in his last 2 tries.
A real nice effort last time. Al's Romeo kind of turned the clock back, a horse that had races that would have dominated last time. Didn't know that it was going to be that day, but he rolled the clock back. Al's Romeo got it done. King Peanut was able to run down Strato, and I think the race goes through the 2 of them again, the 2 Strato and the 4 King Peanut. To me, they look like the 2 that I want.
They'll have a chance to rematch out of that last race back in March, and we'll get a chance to see which Arkansas bred can find the winner's circle there in race 9 at Oaklawn. We'll continue previewing Wood Memorial Day when we come back, though, and that does include the Grade 3 Gazelle Paradise. Will stretch out in distance. A daughter of Gunrunner, you'd think she should be able to handle it, as she won the Busher last time out right here at the Big A.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
A provision in a bill passed this summer reduces the tax deduction for wagering losses from 100% to 90%. This unfair change would tax horse players on a percentage of their losses, could cost over $1 billion in handle, and threaten thousands of jobs in the racing industry. That's why the NTRA is fighting to pass the Wager Act, a new bill that would restore the deduction to 100%. Tell Congress to pass the Wager Act. Visit ntra.com/wager.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at BelmontStakes.com. Saturday on America's Day at the Races, don't miss our winning team coverage of Aqueduct's very last Wood Memorial, presented by Resorts World Casino.
They're off in the Wood Memorial, presented by Resorts World Casino.
New York's historic prep race on the road to the Kentucky Derby. One of 5 stakes races on the card, including the Carter, presented by Naira Bets. And the Gazelle is a key prep for the Kentucky Oaks. Action kicks off Saturday, 12:30 Eastern on FS1, with the Wood Memorial 4 Eastern on FS2.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
There's nothing like being there at the race and having the horses go by and your horse is at the front of the pack. Nothing better.
We provide an inside look at the game. If people were to do this on their own, it would take years to develop the kind of relationships that we have with Hall of Fame trainers and horsemen. Here, you get to cut the line, so to speak, and you are in the thick of it at the highest levels of the game, and that's something that we really want for our partners. We want them to be dealing with high-class horses, have the chance to run in really big races, and we take care of the rest.
I look at spreading our placement of horse equine purchases as just a wise investment. They don't all work, but you're going to have ones that work because of the caliber of people at West Point that go through the horse selection vetting process. It's very thorough, super impressive.
Everybody here at West Point strives to provide a really comprehensive educational experience. We want you to be behind the velvet rope. Our partners get to know the trainers, the jockeys, obviously the horses. This is a real immersive experience to really get your feet wet and just feel like you're part of the action at the very front row.
I think it starts with the top, Terry and Debbie, ethics, this industry, having the right leader sets a tone for an organization. And they bring all that in every interaction, as does the entire West Point team.
You know, there aren't that many investments where you feel like part of a team, part of a family, but that's really true here, and that's what makes West Point Thoroughbreds so special.
And here comes Heavenly Prize on the outside, blowing by them all. By Cinnamon Sugar, by Penny's Ratioed, and by Sovereign Kitty. And she rolls! Heavenly Prize, a devastating turn of foot in the final furlong.
The ultra-talented Heavenly Prize in the 1994 Gazelle. Mike Smith aboard for Shook McGahee. Would be the 1994 Eclipse Award champion 3-year-old filly.
Looked like she just jumped into the race at the 8th pole the way she finished. The ultra confident Mike Smith in those iconic Phipps family colors.
You always imagine you're going to see a good one when you see those colors, don't you?
Yeah, for as long as I can remember as a kid growing up watching races, the black with the cherry red, and when I got to ride in those silks acacia, you walked out of the jockey's room into the paddock, you kind of felt special that you were in these.
Puff your chest up a little bit?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
A little swagger, you know, these iconic colors, you know, going back, all the great champions that they campaigned over the years. And obviously for me, you know, loving the history of racing, Buck Passer. And I would tell anybody, go to YouTube and put in the Chicken Flamingo. And the reason it was called the Chicken Flamingo, it was like a 13-horse field. They would not take betting on it because they thought Buck Passer laid over the field so much.
Wow.
And Buck Passer made the lead too early with Shoemaker, pulled himself up to a canter. Abe's Hope blew by him. The race is over, and he kind of looked up and said, oh, wait, I got more to do. Took off and caught him.
What a horse. That's amazing. Well, know how I'm spending my evening getting down the rabbit hole on YouTube watching replays like that. For this year's Gazelle, we'll go as race 11 on Saturday, mile and an eighth for the fillies. You've got 2 turns going the 9 furlongs for the boys in the woods, the 2 turns going the mile and an eighth for the fillies in the Gazelle. Paradise and Nikon will get a chance to rematch after finishing first and second in the Busher. It was a much smaller field. It was a mile. The waters are deeper this weekend, especially as they have to stretch out.
Yeah, getting that extra furlong, the 1-turn mile here at Aqueduct. This is a completely different type of race, run completely different, a mile and an eighth here. But Paradise was good. Listen, I think she had a really nice trip. She kind of got first run and was very resolute and just stayed to task and got it done. I thought the runner-up was good, Nikon. She just almost looked like she was a little bit one pace, and to me, that says the mile and an eighth might suit her a little bit better.
Yeah, she might be one that will appreciate going a bit longer. Daughter of Nyquist, the winner Paradise that day. Daughter of Gunrunner with Venetian Harbor on the bottom side. So regally bred. She was a $700,000 yearling. Stakes winner looking for the first graded stake of her career as she does now stretch out, winning her last couple. She's kind of been one that maybe took a little bit of time and some distance. I remember catching up with Brad Cox about her and saying that she really thought that she flourished when she got to go a bit longer.
Yeah, you know, listen, we've got to start these horses out usually at shorter distances because, you know, just from a fitness standpoint, getting them the experience. But usually you can identify early on with how they train in the mornings who will probably want to go a little bit further to show their best. But those early races, I think, gives them the foundation. You know, they got to take kickback. They overcome some adversity. They got to negotiate their way through traffic. Ultimately, it makes them better racehorses in the end. I think the worst thing that happens to horses is they break their maiden too soon, and then they got to go against much tougher company before they're actually really prepared for it.
2 Bits was the winner of the Ruthless last time out. She could be standing in the way of those 2 horses coming out of the Busher. This was going 7 furlongs, so she cut back in distance a little bit this day. And what a trip by Jamie Rodriguez this afternoon, getting to go up the inside. Amelia Green saying that she likes being on the rail and she really fights for it, and that's exactly what she did.
And this was a period of time at Aqueduct where the inside portion of the track was definitely the place you wanted to be. It felt like horses were, you know, finding more. But you saw there where the runner-up went to lean on her, put her in really, really close. And I loved how it was almost like she got mad. She pinned her ears and got more fierce about it. She was like, no, you're not going to come over on me. And you could see the size disparity.
Yeah.
And, you know, when
She's
you're
not that big. Yeah.
It's not that big, right? And then you got a horse leaning on you from the outside, and some horses might chicken out a little bit. I love her fierce determination here. And I think she's well named. Looking at the size over there, 2 Bits. She's got a little 2 bit.
Yeah, out of spare change.
Yeah.
It's a very clever name for sure. 2 Bits. She was second in the Basanda behind the talented Dazzling Dame. 2 starts back. Really fought for it to win the Ruthless. Last time out, she too will stretch out in distance for the first time to go the mile and an eighth as they get a chance to go 2 turns. Many of them for the first time. The only one who has actually had 2-turn experience is, or I should say, one of the 2 turns is always a runner who won going a mile and 40 yards down at Tampa on debut. But this is a big jump up in class.
Big jump up in class, going from maidens there. And listen, it was impressive there, beating maidens and kind of a hybrid distance. You don't see a mile and 40 yards that often. We used to run a lot of mile and 70 on the inner track here in New York. But listen, anytime a horse can win like that first time out, lacking experience, to go 2 turns and win the way she did, she has a right to take a big step forward. She'll need to, but she has a right to do that as well.
Interesting rendition of the Gazelle coming up on Saturday. As we have more live racing to bring you, our next order of business is the 4th race over at Turf Paradise. Here's a look at the field. This is a $4,000 claiming race going 6 furlongs, and Winter Falcon currently the favorite from the rail. First off the claim, a horse that has just been running some faster figures recently and finished second last time out.
And has been very consistent running those slightly faster figures than everybody else. Does have to work out a trip from the rail, but certainly very much the horse to beat.
Here's the 2, Blackjack and Beer, trying to turn things around in a big way.
Yeah, last 3 races just leave so much to be desired. If you went back to last year, you might find a race or 2 to be competitive.
Wild card House of Lords has been going a mile on the turf lately.
Yeah, now getting back to the dirt, but does sport 3 wins on the dirt.
There's the 4, Big Don's Smiling.
Yeah, another one just feels like going to have to get a little bit faster than what we've seen recently.
The 5, Janola, 4th last time out.
Yeah, and a horse that can lay up a little closer, at least did last time, but previous to that, no speed.
And the 6, Ready to Storm, at least getting a drop in class.
Drop in class, but another one lacking speed, and I'm having a hard time really identifying who the clear-cut speed is in here. Potentially, I guess the favorite, if I'm on the favorite from the rail with a group like this, I think they got to catch me. I don't want to be behind anybody.
Amen to that. Try to take them every step of the way. They go into the gate for the 4th race at Turf Paradise. We'll send it up to Vic Stauffer for the call.
Gianola, House of Lords is in, and quickly Ready to Storm. We're ready to go. They're at the post. They're off. Blackjack and Beer and Winter Falcon break well. House of Lords broke sharply as well, but now he's out sprinted and checking off heels. So Winter Falcon is the leader up the backstretch from Ready to Storm, who runs up into second. Big Don Smiling is sent up between horses, and Blackjack and Beer is still chasing the front-running favorite, Winter Falcon. Gia Nolan will do his running from 5th. He's about 4 off the lead, and then 4 lengths last to House of Lords as they leave the backstretch. Winter Falcon is the leader. Ready to Storm comes to put pressure on in second. Winter Falcon just a neck in front. Ready to Storm is second now by 3.5 or 4 lengths to Blackjack and Beer. Then comes Big Don Smiling. Gianola hasn't fired yet, and House of Lords is at the back of the pack. Winter Falcon and Ready to Storm off the top of the turn. Blackjack and Beer is third and 3 from the front. It's down right now to Winter Falcon and Ready to Storm, and Winter Falcon's half ahead in front. House of Lords is erupting from the back of the pack. He's closing, but he's still 3 lengths behind. Ready to Storm. Winter Falcon. Who's going to win it? Winter Falcon puts his head down. Winter Falcon. Winter Falcon beat Ready to Storm. Blackjack and Beer ended up 3rd, and House of Lords was 4th.
Winter Falcon had to work for it, but he found his friends, so to speak, and gets the win digging in on the inside.
A very determined effort from Winter Falcon, and I think the rider did everything right. You're on the best horse on paper. You've got an inside post. Don't get fancy. Just go ahead and let your horse use their speed. And took a stiff challenge from the 6-horse Ready to Storm. Looked like he was getting ready to get past, and no, wait a second. I just remembered what my price was on the board. I'm going to dig in a little deeper.
That's right. I'm supposed to win this race. Winter Falcon with the victory over at Turf Paradise. Back to Oaklawn. Race 9 coming up next. The Archiebreds in the spotlight. This winter meet over at Oaklawn is really the Arkansas Breds' time to shine.
No, it really is. And, about 1,000 Arkansas Breds a year gives them an opportunity to compete against each other. String theory. There was no real excuses last time against the likes of King Peanut and Strato.
Here's Strato, speaking of, Keith Asmussen aboard.
This is who I like. I don't think there's a lot of speed in here, and he is 3rd off the layoff.
Cut back in distance for the 3, Great Barrier.
Yeah, it actually showed more speed routing, but doesn't ever show that kind of speed sprinting.
King Peanut now in the Rob Atras barn, still your favorite.
Well, a horse that creates his own trip because he should lay up fairly close.
5 is out. There's the 6, Chrome's Echo, turning back.
Yeah, it just doesn't have a lot of speed in a race that doesn't feature much speed.
7 is out. Next will be the number 8, Personal Jet.
Personal Jet looks very sharp on his toes. You get Christian Torres and a horse that can at least be forward if he gets away cleanly.
Blinkers coming off as Azteca Warrior. He has a bit of speed.
I guess he would be the main speed, huh? To me, he would play out to be the main speed, except they're taking the blinkers off, and that's usually an indication they want a horse to settle more.
Turf to dirt and a turn back for the 10 money strike.
Yeah, I think their turf races maybe dress this horse up a little bit. 0 for 13 on dirt, but can be a bit forward.
That's the field for race 9 at Oaklawn. Let's check in trackside with Megan.
Well, I've got my fingers and toes crossed because somehow I'm still alive today. But let's check in with the number 2, Strato, for trainer Ron Moquette. As mentioned, Richie likes this horse, and I do as well. I find he's going to be able to show that speed, and his job gets easier with the scratch of the number 5 Razorback Army, who looked to likely control. And I had no issues with this horse. Honestly, he's kind of more sizable as far as the fact that he's never gotten any distance other than sprinting. So they've certainly found his gig. Comes off kind of an outlier fig, you could say, from his immediate recency in form, but he is third off of the bench. I found maybe last time felt like the time for him, and he did last time out was engaged and just more just in the bridle to me, and looked better for his first start off the layoff there in February as he showed some of his older form. Preston kept on well, but I do think that it's very key that he now gets the opportunity to potentially control here, because I find it's what he probably wants to do and has an easier time doing it. But the number 4, King Peanut, he ran well in his last. He is the horse to beat in his last couple of efforts, but you also have to be cognizant of the fact that this horse has not won a race since the Rainbow Stakes back in 2023. And to me, while yes, Al's Romeo last time out was dropping in class, he ran well. He just didn't have a whole lot of excuses to lose last time out, but I do find he gets into weaker waters in this spot as Al's Romeo is taking a step down off of a stakes try against Archibred. So do with that race what you will. It's clearly the race, I guess you could say, to beat on paper, and I find he'll be strong yet again, but I landed on the number 8, Personal Jet. Now, last time out was probably too tough for him, and Abel Rodriguez Ramirez's horses have been just flat out running. He's a 32% clip this meet, and 2 back, it just found like he yielded to, it was just overly sharp there at that 5.5 furlongs where he was outrun. I find he's going to be more engaged and within this race and involved as the gate to wire winner just led them off their feet in the last. But I have my hopes for him at a decent price in this spot. And I just wonder, though, we kind of alluded to it earlier in the program, this horse took a while to break his maiden, did so, ran protected, then broke through the non-winners of 2 lifetime conditions. So can he break through this non-winners of 3? We shall see, but he intrigued, and he also, to me, looked best in this group. Acacia?
Megan, thank you. Interesting way to close out the card here at Oaklawn with the Arkansas Breds. We'll see how it plays out 8-5 still on King Peanut. There is a stake on Saturday at Aqueduct that we haven't touched on yet too much, though, and that's the Grade 3 Distaff going 7 furlongs for the older fillies and mares. And I thought came up a really interesting race, especially given the return of a filly who was a champion 2-year-old, Breeders' Cup winner, and finally did get at least 1 win as a 3-year-old, and that's immersive for Brad Cox, making the first start of her 4-year-old season.
Yeah, I mean, this is a filly that was favored in the Coaching Club American Oaks. She's a Breeders' Cup winner, multiple Grade 1 winner, and it just seemed like she hadn't taken that step, right, from 2 to 3 that you look for. She was still good, but, you know, maybe not the improvement you were looking for. But then here in the Seneca, she put it all together, showed her speed, kicked on, got her best buyer speed figure ever. I'm going to be curious to see what she comes back as a 4-year-old, because talking with the late great Alan Jerkins years ago, Acacia, he would say how you get a really good 2-year-old filly, and then they go through kind of growing pains and they change a lot, and then at 3 they're just not as good, and because they've already won Grade 1s, they get retired, packed off to be broodmares. Where a lot of them, if given a chance, will come back and really find themselves at 4. And this is one that is kind of like, a living proof of that. I'm hoping that we're going to see that.
Yeah.
Something that, like I said, we had great conversations about, and you can understand why Connections would pack them off to be bred. But now the fact that they've persevered with this filly, maybe we see the better immersive at 4.
And I think she had some excuses last year as a 3-year-old. She only had 3 starts as well. She got started late. Yep. She ran very well off the bench in the Monomoy Girl, though she got beat. She was only beaten in neck, and she finished 2nd. Then the Coaching Club, she was the favorite that day. Scottish Lassie put forth a performance that I have not seen anything like that recently. Just absolutely dazzling. And then we did get a chance to see Immersive at least come back and win the Seneca overnight. on the bench again, another layoff. That's obviously the question. But I think it's encouraging, at least, that she is coming back at 4 because she clearly has a lot of talent. And maybe it is the thought that she's been now given a little bit of time to mature.
Yeah, and she's been training well at Payson Park. Now, you've spent, obviously, a lot more time at Payson Park than I have recently. But years ago, if a horse could breeze 103 at Payson, that was considered a very, very solid workout. And I'm looking at her 102 was the Bullet, best of 11 that day. It's still a bit of a demanding surface, but maybe not as slow as it once was.
It is a deeper track. You're not going to see as fast times as you will, especially those that are training on a racetrack and on a faster surface. So it's typical. 49, even her last work, is a very fast work coming in here and clearly doing it well. 102 and 2 to go 5 furlongs, and typically they'll give them a big gallop out, and the way that they work over there at Payson, it really kind of legs them up quite a bit, not to mention you have the opportunity. You're in Florida for the winter. You get the sun on your back. You see these horses come in with great weight, great coats, time in the paddock. But yes, you are going to anticipate seeing some slower times that you would otherwise.
Put so much foundation in them, though, fitness-wise. Do they still, early in the morning, do you still get those tracks across the track from the alligators that make their way back to the Everglades?
No, there used to be a very large alligator. He's no longer there. But sometimes if it rains, you'll see some of the smaller ones make their way out as some of the smaller ponds kind of overflow.
Just want to check out the horses, see who they might bet on.
Yeah, something like that. Race 9 from Oaklawn Park coming up next. Matt Dinnerman has the call.
Fire off. Personal Jet has to steady a little bit coming out of the gate here. King Peanut Strato on the lead as Tekka Warrior not far behind. And String Theory punches forward down on the inside to be part of the action on the lead. Money Strike far outside is 5 wide. Sorting themselves out. String Theory short lead. Strato between horses. King Peanut, who's deep 3 wide. Gap of 2 as Tekka Warrior backs away from the pace. Money Strike right behind him. And Personal Jet going to be parked wide as they go into the far turn. He's now 9 lengths behind as they're strung out. Big space of 6 to Chrome's Echo at the back with great barrier. Around the far turn they go. Strato, String Theory. It's still String Theory. Nose in front of Strato. Right there going okay. King Peanut has come under a hard ride 3 wide. A length and a half behind the top 2 who's spar hitting the quarter pole. Space of 4 to Azteca Warrior. Personal Jet as they come down the lane. Strato off the turn trying to put away String Theory down on the inside. Strato's got a short lead with 1 furlong to go. It's Strato. String Theory second and third King Peanut hitting the 16th pole now. Strato still up top. String Theory trying hard from the inside. Strato short lead on String Theory. It's Strato on top by a neck. Strato gets it. Strato narrowly over String Theory, and third home was Personal Jet in the finale.
Strato gets the victory for Ron Moquette. Keith Asmussen in the saddle. It was a big day for the Asmussen family over at Oaklawn. But this one turning the tables and a nice pick by Richie.
Well, it just made a lot of sense. It wasn't a tremendous amount of speed. You knew he'd be forward, and basically String Theory with Joey Belmere, who I think's been riding in good form, and Strato with Keith Asmussen went 1-2 around the racetrack. String Theory was trying to battle back, but strong handling from Keith gets it done on Strato for Ron Moquette. Race dominated up on the front end.
Third start of his form cycle, took a big jump forward as far as his figure last time out, and he was able to build off of that today. Gets the 3rd win of his career, 5-year-old Arkansas bred, with the victory for the unofficial mayor of Oaklawn Park in Ron Moquette. 2-1 in the nightcap as Richie was a lot of fun as always, and great to be back on the set with you today.
Yeah, absolutely. Good to be here in New York with you, and I'll be heading south again, but not until after this weekend.
Yeah, we got a lot to look forward to this weekend, that's for sure. We're back with a big show tomorrow as well, as we'll be back from 1 to 7 tomorrow on FS2. On Thursday, we hope that you'll join us. Saw some nice horses today, including Alan Turing here in New York, as consistent as they come. And Little Miss Curl in Louisiana bred filly over at Oaklawn, the class prevailing today. We'll see you back on FS2 at 1 p.m. tomorrow. It's Wood Memorial Eve, and we have a Pick 6 carryover on Friday's card as well. Good night, everyone.